Okay, hello. Alright, I don't know if I actually expected to shoot like this whole thing I was just gonna take like a voice note on a whim. Uh, well, alright, so I am on 6 grams of shrooms. Oh god, I did not plan to do like a whole thing here, but no, listen, maybe. I'll make it like a more solid statement in the future, but the note I was gonna take regardless, well, I'm sat out here, I'm having a very metaphysical morning as well. I took like 6 grams of shrooms. I'm realising a lot of things, but it's much more mature, like awakenings and things. I was listening to like Mr. Traumatic's Multidimensionality. It's like 15 minutes long on SoundCloud. If you don't know it, literally listen to it, because trust me, fuck off. I know you'll be, oh yeah, what the fuck, no. Please, and actually consider listening to it, because it's actually levels of, he speaks in fucking pure intelligence. I was sat here smoking a blunt, thinking about loads of things, but yeah, one of them, like the main insights I'm having is that it's clear everything is like, but it's like I've hesitated to say it for such a long time, because once you say it, it would start saying shit like, I don't know, but yeah, so I think it's clear that like in the bigger picture, that universe is like love, I swear, because I have this intuition that's like why would the universe like make itself any other way than like, why would it like fuck itself over in a way? And like, but what I'm saying here is, I'm basically proposing that you listen to what I have to say in the future. Let me tell you why, maybe, should you be interested. So over time, I don't know, like, you know, I was just a normal kid in the UK growing up, fucking around, smoking weed, whatever, drinking here and there. I wasn't really giving a fuck about school, whatever. And then like, yeah, and then it's actually, I just spoke out earlier, I found this Mr. Traumatic, and he starts talking about like psychedelics and but also all this conspiracy shit as well. But that's on more like the relative side of things. Like it goes way deeper than that, because like the thing is, here's my proposal to a lot of you. Yeah, you're listening, and you're like a lot of these conscious rappers. Yeah, they think that they're conscious, and they are. So like, I mean, I trust me, you are. Yeah, and I'll drop, maybe should I? Well, yeah, I'll drop names. I'm not saying it's hating, but I'm like, I don't know, because you're young, and I don't, because it goes deep and deep through many years, and through, because a lot of you haven't had that many deep trips. Like I've had like over 100 really powerful mushroom trips, like tonight, and they're a lot to deal with. There's a lot of pain often. Yeah, not tonight, sorry. Tonight I took like 6 grams and smoked some weed. And I've mastered, like, this is an outrageous dose, by the way. So it's 6 grams of Liberty Cap, Psilocybin, magic mushrooms. I haven't took any recently. There's no tolerance or nothing. And it's just like, it's just, I know the territory, kind of. Like, if you don't, it can be very unnerving. Because, like, the come up often, there's, like, it's quite difficult. There's often a lot of pain. It can be quite, like, psychoanalytical. And it like, but that's like the whole mushroom rabbit hole. That's not, but I mean, what I was saying is, I don't know how deep a lot of people have actually gone with all this stuff, and what I'm talking about is like the God consciousness, God realization. And I know it gets like, maybe it gets a bit too woo woo, but like Mr. Traumatic, yeah, he's a, if you know what he's on about, you know what he's on about, right? Some people might maybe think he's too ideological, or he's not metaphysical enough, but I don't know. I think he's actually, there's deep wisdom, and but you haven't. I don't mean to keep fucking talking about this guy, but what I'm saying is, like, do you understand how deep it goes? That's what I'm saying, because like I found it when I was like 15, yeah, and I was like, this is obviously the bollocks. This guy's talking truth, and there's loads of people who know what he means, and there's like this plant medicine and these other cultures who like literally, like, they were like, why would we fuck with this Western like sort of shit? Like, isn't that why people jump off buildings and stuff? Well, not literally, but you know, that's kind of a stupid thing to say, because but it's like, that's right. So maybe not that last bit, but it was like you come to understand that even in the relative domain, in terms of there being a plot and we're humans and we're going to save the world or whatever, or, you know, we're looking for something like, oh, I'm a lost soul at a crossroad who had no hope, and then oh, what's this? Some fucking sacred plant medicine. And you take these mushrooms and stuff or whatever, and then you literally just like receive downloads of like, but sometimes it traps you in infinite terror, and you go through your traumas, and it's like literally like metaphysical, but it's everything that you need. When you take it, it gives you everything that you was after, and often it goes super deep. 1 second. Am I going up here? Oh no, I don't want to go up here. Yeah, actually, I need to go to the shop. Yeah, that's what I'm so waved on mushrooms at the minute. Oh my god, the beauty of the world. I haven't been on a mushroom trip outside for such a long time. Wow, I'm just looking at cars and trees and the road. Just a village like outside. Nothing too immaculate in the UK. But yeah, it's just, yeah. So this is what I'm saying, is there's levels of like metaphysical understanding and profound depth and interconnectedness, and so I kept bigging up this fucking traumatic. Yeah, you want to know how deep it really goes? Do you know about like actualize.org? I'm not saying he's the pinnacle. I've spoke about him for a long time, so I've been following his work for like 2 years, and I study like into public intellectuals, and I like to compare and contrast ideas between them. And so like, but this is what I'm speaking of, how deep it goes, because like, see, there's some like youth and stuff that are like spawning around around where I used to be the youth, and then just as the apple tree apples, earth peoples, and the youth is replaced, and there's like infinite humans. But anyway, I spoke to some of them. They're not that much younger than me, and I'm not like push it, but I go, yo, because like these like public intellectuals, like, people think social media is kind of stupid, it gets hated on these days, but there is so much deep shit. Like people like things like actualize.org and these various public intellectuals, Alan Watts, Terence McKenna, Hamza, they transform your understanding of reality every day. So this is what I'm saying, it's like you find and you resonate potential, and there's whole communities, because you've got to understand, like, how long has this like kind of digital renaissance been in fruition? It's only really over the past, like, recent, like it was nothing like it is now like 5 years ago. It's really like interconnected and like vibrant, and much better than it was before. One thing about doing this lecture is it takes away from the kind of beauty of the experience. I hope you can hear me well. Yeah. Fuck, what was I saying? But yeah, like, because what I'm saying basically, like, I studied, like, I looked at, so what I'm young, right? I'm going through the flows, you know. I'm at school, whatever the fuck. Everyone thinks school's pretty trash for the most part, or I mean, that's just probably a stupid stance coming from some people. But this is what I mean, coming from some people. It's like I can kind of like, yeah, it's almost like I've built like, and I can kind of go into these public intellectual shoes and kind of see the world from how they would potentially see it. But they're like, there's no like solid me identity. I can like use perspectives as lenses, and different like ideologies and ideas about the world, and different people's views of the world, and you kind of like jump between them, even like in a pragmatic way. It's like you use ideas for your like survival, for your intellectual survival maybe. But right, but no. So yeah, I found like Jordan Peterson when I was younger. So there's just like, obviously everyone's going about, most people, like the youth. This is why I say this a lot, is because you grow up, your parents fucking just smoking tobacco and stuff. You go out in the streets, people are drinking. Like, a lot of kids are very directionless, right? So you can say what you want. Why are they this way? Why don't they be this way? There's nothing you can do about it. But I don't know, like me, I was just trying to be cool, whatever. I guess I was trying to fit in through primary school, growing up, and then fit just whatever, going out, smoking weed, drinking a little bit, and then like, I don't know, and then but to be fair, I had a lot of like depression and mental health stuff in the past. But what I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of, I think there's actually like a lack of direction in the youth a lot. And these like public intellectuals, because people wonder why like people like Andrew Tate get so much traction and things. It's because there's like a youth of young men, or not even young men, just men in general, who are like starving for a word of encouragement, especially in like the fucking Babylon system shit, where it's like you're just like enslaved in some grid, and there's like lockdowns and things like that, and you just, well, like sometimes when you have to go to work and things, but yeah, anyway, but the main thing that I want to say, I didn't want to go too deep here. I'll probably stop it now because I'm on shrooms and like, it's kind of interfering with the trip, I guess, a bit as I'm trying to walk to the shop. But what I want to say is it goes much, much deeper than you once thought. And your whole life really kind of stems off with understanding. It depends who you are. Most people don't care. I have no idea how people don't care. I have this curiosity and this like burning desire. I need to like understand reality, but it's because I have this intuition that of like, and it goes deep into like things about like religion and like philosophy and things, because it's like, I don't understand like why would you just spawn and like there's just no explanation. It just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? But then people think, oh, who knows? You just can't know. But then the thing is, you actually kind of can know, because if you keep following it, there are a lot of leads. And then when it gets into shit like psychedelics and things, obviously, there's like whole worlds to explore, and there are answers, and it's everyone just like assumes, like, I don't know. And that's what I was sat earlier on the bench, and I was like, when you like look at the whole like culture from the outside, kind of, if you want to call it Babylon, no one has any idea. It's like Psychedelic Actualization made a video called like, they're still a secret. Like, we still don't really know what they are, and most people don't fucking know about them at all, really. And like, there's a whole culture of this, but yeah, it goes a lot deeper anyway. So it's kind of like an information revolution. But what I'm saying is, my personal understanding, I probably should have said sooner rather than later, and maturity of like metaphysical understanding, I feel like is getting to a level of interconnectedness and God realization now, where I am probably going to be much more capable of delivering to you value in my, because I study reality 24/7. Every time I'm awake, I analyze, I try to figure out, or I don't, I go every which way I need to know, and this kind of goes me forwards, and I've been on it for years, so you know what I mean. I think there's a lot of use, and I'm if you go have a look at my shit, anyway, if you've listened to this, I'm sure you can go like check out the Instagram or whatever. There's a lot of rabbit holes, and yeah, this is one of the main things I was going to say actually, is there's loads of rabbit holes, but they all kind of lead to the same place. It's like there's it's almost like Alan Watts's like analogy, yeah. It's like you kind of like, if you're at like a water crossing, you like use like a boat for a raft, but you don't carry the boat around after like you've traversed, because the boat is like, it's almost like in a lot of ways like meditation and psychedelics and things like this, like, and these conspiracies, that like you get into these very relative things, because I found like first what attracted me was the conspiracy sort of things, the idea that maybe the game was bigger than it once was assumed to be for some reason, like everyone was assuming, and I found this very interesting, and surprisingly metaphysically it seems to be like because what I was thinking of in terms of the metaphysics of love is if you were to see your life from the outside, after everything, so how old are you now? So you're going through from your childhood, going all the way through, and then say you got to the end and then it said play again, and you're like looking at this metaphysical like go again, run through and be a child, like, you know what I mean? Would you do it even though you thought it was peak a lot of the time? I don't know, maybe a lot of people would say that, but I don't know. But like, yeah, I don't know. Today anyway, I was just seeing like a lot of beauty in the general life, like, but it's kind of like from like a meta perspective, and it's something that's really put me at peace recently. It's just like seeing society, talking to people who are around. I used to live in a very rough area, but I don't want to bore you with well, yeah, I don't know. I was in like the pinnacle of Babylon, but here there's like a lake and nature, and I just let myself have a break and smoke some weed and that. And yeah, now I'm out on the mushrooms. I took 2 CB supposedly yesterday, but I didn't actually test it. I know that's crazy, right? Don't fucking... I won't talk about that right now, but it was alright. I listened to Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. I never listened to it before. It was pretty sick, actually. I love the cool, like, the lyrics. They're so good. There's a place for that. That was really good. But yeah, I just appreciate, like, the yin and the yang. And but this is what I mean, is like there's like most people are actually like fake as fuck. And this is what I'm saying, is if you've noticed, basically, here's my proposal. If you've noticed that most people around you don't really give a fuck about an awful lot, it seems like, let's say, if you look at, just like as the apple tree apples, the earth peoples, there's a percentage among them that really want to know. They want to find the secrets or overturn. I mean, people do this anyway. If you feel you're one of these people, like you want to know, but you know, some people don't care. But you know, there's a real adventure. And when you get into other cultures and these like ayahuasca circles and shit like that, it's like it's really out there. And I've seen it for years, man. I've been talking about it for a long time. So hopefully I can actualize and bring a lot of this to fruition. Yeah, I guess we'll see. Alright, yeah, I'll probably talk more in depth about this in the future, but I'm pretty happy I made this voice note anyway for now. So I love you. Stop judging everything all the time. It's just jazz that you're projecting a meaning onto, and that's why you're sad. Hello, this is a note to myself, but I will likely share it anyway. Just some general life things, you know. So, well, right now anyway, I had the option to, for those who are familiar, there's what I would call like the final zoot predicament, or you know, if you know addiction, you know addiction. That is like, you can tell yourself what it is. It's just with weed in my case, and in many cases, it's it's like this trap. It's this cycle. It's what I would call the trap of setting dates, which is the idea that you will do something later. Is like a coping mechanism, because later never really comes. So you'll just have one more drink. Tonight's the last night and then I'll stop drinking, or tonight's the last night and then I'll stop smoking. Just one more. You know, I'll just soak in this last one and then it will be done with. Now, I can understand that. However, like, I've actually come to realise that it's deeper than that, because addiction, it depends what it is. I mean, Ram Dass says addiction is like trying to become whole. Like, you pursue something that makes you feel whole with yourself and life. You know, that's what these substances do. They give you this feeling of like coming home, like, they give you pleasure, or, you know, reassurance, or you just make your energy feel better. So in that sense, it's not like such a cynical, like, you can see it as a perspective of you're just trying to like have a good time, and this is something that you really love, and that's why you pursue it. You pursue it because you love it. But it's more nuanced than that, because you can't just pursue everything you love immediately because of the predicament of, you know, delaying gratification versus instant gratification, where I've made videos in the past called what you want versus what you really want, which is another way to say the same thing, kind of, is like, what's so worth it right now in the moment? Like, oh yeah, it would be right now. I'm thinking, wouldn't it be so good to have a smoke right now? Yes, it would. I'd love to have a smoke right now in the garden. I'd love to buy some weed and smoke it in the sun right now and listen to some fucking music and detach, you know? So I'd love to do that, but that's right now. Also right now, I'd love to eat loads of sugar and stuff or whatever, but there's reasons why, like, why do you want to do it right now? But like, before I keep going off into loads of different things, like, right, so you want to do it now, but will it be better later? So you want to spend the money on the weed now, right? And you could say that about anything, you know what I mean? Like right now, like if I had my life savings, right, and they were sat there and it wasn't very useful to me at the minute because it's just the number on the screen. Right now I could spend my life savings on a joint, and that would be really good right now because I ain't going to be able to spend my life savings for 5 years until the property I want has got all the leasing and shit ready for me. So in the moment now, if I'm going to act as if there weren't much of a future, or if I wasn't a very future orientated thinker, then, you know, fuck it, you only live once, I might as well just have a good time now. Because that would be so good right now. Am I willing to sacrifice my future self just to get relief right now? Is the predicament. And it depends on how much you want that relief. People can be willing to sacrifice, like, their life savings, you know, just for a fucking... Just because now, you know what I mean? There isn't like, oh, well, fuck me, that's in 2 weeks. I'll think about it when it comes to it. If it comes to it, I could die by then. Might as well just enjoy it now. But that pattern on a smaller scale is the reason why you won't progress in your life. Because every time you can't ever get a one-up on nothing. Because every time you get money, you just spend it straight away. Because it would be too good to not do it straight away. But there's like it's to do with time. And I guess this is actually one of the most mature things that you can do. Is the way I thinking of it is going from instant gratification like that and then to that delayed gratification. Really, that is a very mature move. But the way it normally goes down is like this: is that you're in such the midst of your lifestyle and your behaviour patterns that you're so used to. It's quite hard to break those, especially if you've been doing them really for the longer you've been doing it, and the more time you've been putting it off, likely it's going to be harder than if you done it sooner. So to break the behaviour patterns, it's like you're signing up for like a month or two of grinding. But this is the things like, yeah, you don't want that month or two with less, but ultimately it will be more. Do you see? It's like it's quite a big investment. It will be less for the immediate now and tomorrow. So for the next 2 months or so, you won't have a joint, you won't have anything to smoke, and that might bring more discomfort. But in 2 months, you'll be laughing because you'll have a lot more freedom, you'll have a lot more money, and you'd be out of this like tight spot of anxiety because you don't have enough money and etc., and you're always on your last pennies that create this scarcity that's just diminishing your life quality. So, like, what makes you happier? The addiction or the addiction / the pursuit, whatever this may be for you, weed, alcohol, does that actually make you happy? Or does that bring pleasure? Does that bring euphoria in the moment half the time, and half the time it doesn't give you what you want? Or would you be happier investing in something else, really? And this is where I think the name of the game for addiction is a lot, is you're not clear on what you're doing. Is if you only knew that like, awareness alone is curative. A video by actualize.org. And this is it. It's like, become aware of the pattern that keeps fucking going on. How long has it been? How long have you been doing this pattern? How much are you sacrificing to keep this fucking unfulfilling pattern going? Keep in mind, it's like, not only is it, you know, you've been listening to your brain this whole time. This is what Hamza says. Like, you keep listening to your brain, but your brain has got you to where you are now. And are you happy with where you are now? Fuck no. Most of us are not. You can have a fuck this moment every now and then where you really realise that you're deeply dissatisfied. Do you want some food, Looney? Gonna give my dog some dog food. What have I got for you? Do you want to smell this? Do you want to smell your food? It smells. Sorry, just feeding my dog. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't do stuff in the background. Sorry, I've fucking feeding my dog and now I've just fucking got sidetracked. Excuse me, I'll get back on it. 1 second. Let me get you some of these biscuits in there as well. It's not just my dog, it's Luna. Luna Banana. Luna's on the stage. So, yeah, it's like, you want the joint, yeah, obviously, but are you sure you're not just being myopic and small-minded? Good girl. And like, maybe you'd feel better if you made music. Like Sisyphus, or like on Quedeca's album, he has a snippet and it says, if I haven't been climbing for several days, I get withdrawal symptoms. And what he means is, climbing is like the analogy for grinding, for working. So are you sure that like what actually brings you fulfillment is a joint? Ah, look, I'm here. I'm in nature with some music and a joint. Brilliant. Great. It's quite nice. It's quite aesthetic. It's quite euphoric. I like the music. It brings the present moment together. It's quite harmonious. Having a smoke with some music over a cliff edge or whatever it may be. Beautiful. Right. But there's no ambition there. You're just enjoying the moment and the music and letting go for a second as well. Like, it can be healthy, don't get me wrong. And something I should have made clearer at the start is that I don't think it's as simple as an addiction, right? Because everything's an addiction in a sense. We're addicted to food. And like, we need food, we need water. So those are addictions, right? We need air. We're addicted to air. Weed. Some would claim you need it. Do you need it for physical survival? Maybe not, but maybe for mental survival. So it's like there is a symbiotic or codependent relationship with certain plants. So I'm not saying like, yeah, you're addicted, you know, it's all bad. Of course not. Weed's good. Cultures swear by it. People swear by it. Some of my favourite public intellectuals, they love it. And with weed, there's many nuances. Like, often people they don't like who they are when they're not smoking. For me, I get involved in all sorts of things if I haven't had a smoke for a while. It's like a navigation tool, as Terence McKenna said. Like, a short story, which is one of my favourite examples, is Terence McKenna quit weed, and he said, I'm going to write a book the day I quit weed, and the day I finish writing a book, I'll have a celebration, I'll smoke a joint. He'd never really quit weed much in the past, so it was a bit of an experiment. And so he'd written the book while he was sober. He quit on the first day of starting to write it. And then when the book concluded and he'd finished writing the book, he went, right, now I can have a joint. And he had a joint. And the joint made him realise, in this altered state of consciousness, that the book that he just spent fucking 6 weeks writing is a load of shit. So he basically realised that his book was wank, and then he tried to revive it, by smoking weed, going sober, doing a mix of that and that. But basically, like when he was sober, he just writ a garbage book, and then when he had a smoke up, that was what made him realise it was garbage. So, like, don't get me wrong. I think these things are they are useful in many ways. But even now, I'm like on the edge. You keep going back and forth to your phone. Should I buy it? I know I shouldn't. But that's the thing. It's like, will it even make you happy? So it's like you have to just fucking be wise and expand your awareness. Don't confuse happiness or pleasure you felt. What is it? I can't remember. But yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, so I think that there's a very conscious like period that like one must go through to an extent of like the hump, the initial hump of personal development where like stop buying stuff, get your head down, save money, just so you're not on the verge of always being like incredibly poor. You just gotta wait a minute, and then you can resume, and it won't be so detrimental. But also, please go make some music. Put the pipe down. Like I had a fucking shroom trip report once. Like I took like about nearly 5 grams of shrooms, I think, or maybe it was 7 grams. Fuck knows. And normally I take the shrooms, and as I'm coming up and I was about to reach like the peak-ish, I'll smoke a joint. But I lost my weed as I was coming up this one time, and I was getting very frustrated because obviously the shrooms were taking over my whole experience and everything was melting. And I couldn't find my weed, so I was just having a fucking breakdown. And then, because I couldn't find my weed and it was too late, by the time the shrooms had kicked in, I just, I had to give up because everything was getting taken over by geometry and it was just too much. So I let down, like you do on shrooms, in silent darkness, and the trip was fueled by this craving for the substance, because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it, and then the trip like turned into that and like fed off of that, and I made voice recordings while I was having this kind of bad trip, or this uncomfortable trip of and again, that just a side point shows how discomfort is where a lot of growth and insights are, which is why bad trips aren't necessarily bad, and why things that seem bad on the surface aren't bad in the bigger picture if you can just recontextualize it. And I think recontextualization is essential for addiction. But fucking yeah, and then I recorded, and I remember saying, like, you know, you lose all of your kind of like individual value as a human, what you can bring to this place, and what you could create, everything that you could be doing, all of the money that you could have, everything you could buy with that money, all of the food you could buy with that money, the research, the digital assets, etc. you can buy with that money, just to have the money and have the feeling of stability, increase happiness and security amongst you and your family, divert from the path you've always known, which is cliche. Like these things can bring fear, of course. You don't like drifting from the safe zone. But lately I've been thinking I'm attached to, letting go of things that I'm attached to. Well, don't start just because I'm in a bad mood. You don't know what love is to you, holding on to something that you can't lose. That's why I'm trying to get it together. Sleeves up, putting work in, trying to be better. I like to rap, but I ain't gonna do it forever. Forget the charts, I'm focusing on holding my head up. Moment I get up, I just wanna know I'm doing my best. Yes, time to have a sip of this coffee and honey. The thing is, what normally happens is you just go, fuck it, I want to like a joint, and then everything locks off, yeah, and you message them, you buy it, you do it, and you end up there with it, and you're happy because you got it, but you're not happy because you completely locked down your consciousness into laser focus. I want this, let's get it. And then when you're so focused on it as well, alright, let's get it, and then you go to get it, if something fucks up on the way and you don't get it, you completely throw off your whole equilibrium. I want this, completely caught in desire, and then you're setting yourself up, right, I'm get A to B, let's go get it. And then if anything fucks that up, you get deeply frustrated because you're caught in desire. The easiest thing for me to do right now is to just stop thinking and just fucking message my guy. Message him, yo, you got that? Alright, let's go. Bang, do it, easy, done, there I am, smoking it, got it. But when I'm there with it, I'm burning time, I've burned the money, I'm smoking the money, I'm burning the Rizzlers, breathing in Rizzlers, breathing in glue, using lighters, walking around, using energy, investing time, going to work to get the money, to spend most of it, half of it on weed, which is burning even more time, which is sacrificing everything in my future, sacrificing my money, my stability, my health, my everything. It's like, here's one of the main things, yeah, here's one of the main fucking things that I realised today. Just, I don't know where the insight come from, is we take everything so for granted. And that is the root of all of your fucking problems, nearly, is the base of being, the sense perception, the qualia, the everything that you get for free. This is heaven on earth. If you can become acutely attuned to the gift of consciousness, the magic, the Eckhart Tolle speaks on it. It's just the base of being. This is heaven on earth, right? And then everything else is like more desire and deeper pursuits, which you can get caught up in. But you got to understand that the ground and the base of this is already perfect in a sense. Yeah, and it's like the Tao Te Ching, the Web of Life, Alan Watts. If we knew the background, then our anxieties would be allayed, because we don't look at the background, we just pursue in the foreground and get confused about all this, but everything's already fine. There's like this organic layer of harmony that we sit on, and then everything else is creative pursuits, etc., and more. And then if you get caught on that, eventually you forget who you truly are, and you get caught in the trials and tribulations of pursuit. And even in that sense, I can go buy weed and everything will be fine. I'll just die eventually, and I'm in the flow of everything, so it don't matter. But what I mean by taking life for granted is you've got this whole thing here, and somehow you've managed to shrink all of the nuance and everything of life, and all you've done is you've diminished it to one activity, just weed or whatever it may be, and all of consciousness you've just decided, I want a joint, and then there's just everything else that you've been sacrificing for so many fucking years just because you want a joint. but you don't want a joint. Really, half of you doesn't, because when you fucking get it, half the time you don't want it anyway. And when you do want it, you're mad at yourself later anyway, because it's just instant gratification, and you're not building anything. You're not building. That's the thing. You need to be building. And that's where a lot of that's where happiness truly comes from. But building is a lot harder. It takes more time. It's more mature than just simply going for the thing that makes you feel funny and strange and a bit good and sorry, or whatever it may do. There's like, yeah, it's almost like, yeah, I heard a quote the other day. It's like, these activities, like, they require unconsciousness to even exist. Because if you were truly conscious of what you were doing for so long, then you wouldn't do it. Like, no one wakes up and thinks, like, I'm going to spend 8 hours scrolling on Instagram. It just happens, like, because of, like, frustration and desire and unconsciousness and confusion, and then eventually you get into a rut and shit, and then you just keep doing, like, what you want to do immediately to hold yourself off. But if you just, like, took a step back and was more aware of shit, then... But it takes a second to do that, and it's often hard to get out of the tangles when you're in them, of this kind of desire, destructiveness. But it really takes meditation. But people don't want to meditate, especially when you're depressed and caught in addiction. It's like, you know that you can dissolve addiction and depression and that if you just were more aware and more conscious, but you don't want to do that for that reason, because it's uncomfortable. You'd rather get what you want, but it's very tricky. It's very tricky. It's often as well, it's just because, like, yeah, you don't actually want to, like, what might make you feel actually good is putting in work. I'd feel quite good if I right now just done all these dishes here and cleaned everything up and, like, actually put in labour to transform the environment, etc., over many days, do a thorough clean up, reorganise, build, grind, grow, climb, evolve, learn, write, create, health. It's like the things that make you happy in life don't come easy. Nothing worth having ever comes easy, so it doesn't matter even if it takes you longer. And we were never born to be slaves. I do a dry fast for 3 days. You need to question everything in debate. I will humble you and make your ego deflate. So that has got to be one of the most interesting things. Nothing worth having ever comes easy. I mean, that's not really necessarily true, I guess. I mean, yeah, that is kind of true, I can't lie. Valuable things require development over time. An episode by actualize.org or Leo Gura. Check that out. Valuable things require development over time. One of his best episodes, in my opinion. So yeah, it's like... But the thing is, as well, it's like, it's not like the weed and the shrooms and that. They're not completely meaningless. Like, because you can reach, like, psychedelic states on weed and shrooms, like, where you do get everything, in a sense where, you know, you can remember and realise heaven on earth, for example. And you can have, like, deep, like maybe the weed, like, you do need it in a sense. Maybe it's to rejuvenate your soul, and, like, to fill you with nutrients and certain things that you do need to, like, revitalize yourself. Maybe what you do need is some nice food, some sunshine and some really good weed, and sit in nature by some weed and just detach and listen to some music, and then like you can get up from that feeling rejuvenated. I get it, but at what point have you had it? And you've got to be very careful about making excuses, because how much are you putting on the line for some fucking weed? You know what I mean? And you have to get to a point, which is now. And you can do this any point you want, actually. So when it comes to addiction, you can do this now. So this is the good news for you listening to me. Is that normally, obviously, you just want to get a joint, right? You don't really want to listen to me. You just want to go and buy what you want to buy and do the same cycle, and then look where it's got you. You know what I mean? You haven't built anything for 2 years, and you're going to do it again if you don't uproot it now. So this is the good news, is that you can uproot your whole life and all of your habits right now. As you hear me say this now. This requires consciousness, awareness, planning, dedication, decisiveness, awareness, self-love, self-understanding, just understanding in general. Probably ambition in a sense. So if you've got no ambition, because like why should you stop smoking weed? Well, I don't want to smoke. This is a thing, yeah, as well. It's quite weird. There's many different parts in life where this has popped up for me. It's like, I don't want to do the dishes. I don't want to clean my room. I don't want to, like that's how most people think of it, because it's not immediately gratifying. But you can actually like trick yourself into understanding that you do actually want to do it, because you might not want to do the direct like labor in the moment, but you do want the results and what will come from it, and you do want to have done it. You just don't want to do it immediately now. So when it is done and you have done it, then you'll feel a lot better about yourself. So you do want to do it, but you just want to do it in a different way. You want to do it once it's been done, or you want to do it if if you can recontextualize that it's going to build you, that it will be out of the way, etc. And you'll have to stop pushing it off, stop draining your energy. And then, like, the thing is like, yeah, so I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the dishes, but I do want to start living the rest of my fucking life. And you have to do the dishes in order to begin that process. You can't just keep putting it like, yeah, I want a joint. Like, that's the thing. I want a joint now, yeah, because I want a joint. But there's another part of me that's more somewhat long-term and more aware. That's like, I don't want a joint because I've had a joint for 3 years, 5 years. So the reason I don't want a joint, even though I do want a joint right now, it would be great, but I don't want a joint because I've got the rest of my life to live. So how can I want a joint when I've already had it? You know what I mean? Like, how many fucking joints do you want? I get it, and it is medicine, and fuck me, I'd have it full blast if it weren't a money problem. Is somewhat of the main thing. It's like they're sacrificing too much to have a fucking joint. Where is this going to lead if you continue this behaviour pattern for a long time? Think about this. Right. Oh, so you keep spending. Oh, I spent 50 quid more than I should have. All right. Oh, and then you're gonna. So now what I'm telling you is you're about to repeat that behaviour pattern twice as bad for the next fucking 2 years, and in 2 years you're gonna still have absolutely nothing because you told yourself you wouldn't do it again, and then you done it again, and then you told yourself, alright, I shouldn't have done that, but that's it. And then guess what you're about to fucking do? You're about to stop listening to me, and you're about to go and fucking do it again. Because you want it right now.
But the thing is the only reason you want it right now is because you're deceived. Is that you might want it right now in a way, but you don't actually want it right now. You want it right now, but when you're sat there burning it away, think about how much you've sacrificed just now. So you want it, here you go. You got what you want, right? Yeah, this is what I wanted. I want to chill, I want to be in the sun. But you can actually transform that. No, I don't want that. Because why would I want that? Right now, obviously, look, when I started this recording, and even just now, obviously, I would love to have a joint in the sun right now. I can look outside in the garden, there's the chair, there's the sun, here's where I could sit right now. Right, if I had a joint, would I be gassed? Would I be happy of having a joint? Fuck yeah, I'll be happy to have a joint, right? That would be nice. And I can understand that that would be nice, and I do desire that right now. I want a joint. But hold on. Why do I want to join? Because it'll be nice, just relaxing, you know, I can chill, listen to music and just chill out, just smoke. Like, it's like relax, unwind, detach. Alright, brilliant. But why do you actually want that? Like, that seems good in the moment, yeah, I get it, but... And then what? And then when you've burned all your money and smoked all your money away, or your weed... Right, you smoked it, alright, that was good. Everything's fleeting, you see? So I've had it, great. Yeah, remember, it's all temporary as well. Like, it's not like you could have a joint forever. But you have the joint. Great. So that was, you know, quite a bit of time to pursue with that. You know, you worked your wage slave job to get some money for that, great. Maybe there are some valid reasons, but be careful of excuses. So, right, you got it. Amazing. Brilliant. But what do you want to do now? Do it again? There's no substance. Even if you can be on heaven on earth for a minute, and what I mean by that is euphoria of just being, you know, I want to chill here. I want to have my zoo. I love chilling in nature or something with a nice joint and just being at one with the moment and smoking away. If I can be at one with the moment, because half the time I'm not. Okay. That's great, but is that all you want? It's good to have that every now and then, you see. Like on the weekend, have a detached, like, you know, put in, like, because there's an analogy of words or something I've come up with recently is just hitting the bag or just grinding. These words are like synonymous. It's just like there's somewhat of like something I've come to understand, that a lot of days you just have to, like, there are going to be somewhat like weak periods at times where you just have to go to work full blast, save as much as you can, clean as much as you can, go to the shop, do everything you can do as much as you can, do that for a week, 2 weeks, 3 fucking weeks, and then you do that, and then you've put in so much labour that you've done a lot of the grunt work that everyone puts off all the time, right? And then you can have your fucking joint, because you do need to chill every now and then. You do need to sit down and have a fucking smoke. You do need to, or like, you know, if that's you know, something that you really love, then no one can tell you that you can't do that. It's like what Alan Watts says. You know, would you rather have a long life spent in like a grueling way and make it a drag, or would you rather have a short life, like, worth living, you know, pursue pleasures and then die sooner because of, like, bad health? I mean, those aren't the only 2 options. And me personally, I'd rather have a long-term invested conscious life, holistic life of building and growth and learning than just doing what I want in the moment, because focusing on the future is a drag. You know, I don't see it like that. Like it can be, and I get you. If that's your character, then yeah, you're right. Focusing on the future, you know. Why you got to be long about it? You know, you got to have a bit of fun, just, you know, because do you want to drop this very fun pill that no one's tested, this mysterious drug, and have a good time tonight, potentially, you know, or do you want to be a lame and, you know, oh, but you know, I got school tomorrow. Oh, come on, man, it'll be fun. Like, don't be lame. You got school tomorrow. Fuck school, man. You only live once. And I get it, but I mean that depends. You know what you want. Because most people don't want that. Like, you can, like, yeah, you can pursue that and, like, all right, fuck it. But then there is a tomorrow, and you're gonna be like, there's very few people can, like, Buddhist meditate their way to, so that, yeah, I'll just do what I want in the moment, and then that's enough for me. Most people don't really want that. You know, it doesn't work. People do what they want. With this Alan Watts idea, do what you want, you know, don't have a long life, like, just, you know, just do what you want in the moment, because why shouldn't you, you know, enjoy your life, don't make it long, drawn out, like, why should I have to hit the bag or invest weeks of grinding when I could just do what I want? All right, well, do what you want then, see what, and then what you'll discover is that you don't fucking want that, and the best you could afford of is being lazy, watching TV, buying weed, eating junk food. Do what I want, you know? You only live once. Alan Watts says I could just enjoy my time and have a short time instead of having better health and making it a drag. I'd rather just eat what I want now. Alright, well, you eat what you want now. It makes you feel like shit, most people. They don't really want what they want right now. You know, you can want it in, but then... And then not only that, like, you can't, it's not as simple as that, you know what I mean? Because then you'll run into all sorts of health problems, and that will deteriorate your happiness for some people, unless you're fucking Ramana Maharshi, which most people are not. So most people do want more than they have. So you by all means, find your peace in the present moment. That's where it's at. But also, most people want more than they have. And you can't blame them for that to an extent. Like, find peace with the present moment, I get it, but then at the same time, like, most people want to build and have a better, so like, yeah, I can smoke weed and find peace at the present moment if I please, and be in the Tao Te Ching or whatever the fuck, but also, like, you know, I do want wealth. I have ambition, you know? Where's the ambition in the Buddhist school? There's no ambition, really. It's like, just realize you're part of the everything and let go. Alright, maybe that's the pinnacle, but also, like, yeah, maybe you're right about that, but also then we just create this game because we want to have fun, so we want to pretend that there's something to get and to achieve, because this is fun. 1 second. Yeah, 1 sec. I'll resume this shortly. So last night I had a 3.5 Magic Mushroom Liberty Cap trip, and I had many insights, a lot of actual quite metaphysical, spiritual insights, but there was one phase of the trip towards the end where I had, like, visions for quite a while about what I want to do, and it was quite aspirational, and I think that I'm capable of, in the future, creating some sort of a program was the idea. I mean, one name for it, like, it kind of does it justice, like, what it is, but I don't think I'll stick with the name. It was like re-weaponize, some shit like that. Basically, it's like, the kind of idea of it is that we've lost like a intuitional way of living, where everything seems to be quite disconnected from intuition, and there's a lot of, like, loopholes, kind of, in the way that we live, like, that are not wise with the right information. So basically it would be like a connecting the dots holistically to bring about together a vision, also pulling ideas and philosophies from people I like. Oh yeah, another name for it would be the Mass Awakening Project. Now, I know that the Mass Awakening, see, my ideas have become a lot more nuanced, yeah. I'm not as, like, unhinged and crazy as I used to be. But that is, like, a necessary point in the process. I realise what looks like
insanity on the outside, like what happened to Connor Murphy and myself and maybe Leo Gura. Really it can be like a spiritual rebirth where like inner and outer world in the relative sense, right? I do have an inner space and there is somewhat supposedly an outside space that seems to be objective, but I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying that like an insight that I had last night, one of the spiritual metaphysical ones, is that you know, like you can get into like an existential bind where you everything, like you can have a lot of questions about existence and reality, feeling lost, learning that life maybe isn't what you thought that it was going to be, and this can kind of like, say like in the depression sense where you're just like demobilized and your mind is like, with a lot of mental disorders, it's like your mind literally shuts down. And with spiritual awakening and things, this can happen quite a bit. It's like dark night of the soul, and this is because you're coming to grips with what is, and it can be quite a lot for you to kind of like, there's many hard pills to swallow with reality, so to speak, or truths to realize that might hurt. It could be a lot to do with trauma, false paradigms, learning, just understanding reality. I was having insights about ego, the nature of ego. One insight, I was reflecting on this line from the Midnight Gospel. It says, "We think we exist, and that is why we suffer. We suffer because we think we exist." But so I'll be drawing a lot of things in this program that I hope to create, where I'm going to be remaking all of my stuff in terms of, I'm going to come at the camera with a new sort of style, a new tone, a new way of presenting and talking about information. I'll make it edited quite a bit, and I'll make like a program where it's like, alright, this is re-education and unlearning of the false paradigm, where we go back through the school system and we see, right, what does the school system tell us? Right, the school system taught us the food pyramid. The food pyramid is a load of bollocks. Also on this trip, one thing is about how mushrooms can be physically painful. If your gut is in bad health, you can bring that to conscious awareness. I'm so sorry, that was rude. So I'll be talking about like the general content that I've been making overall, but it's like I've evolved so much over the past few months. Like my understanding is so much more higher level than it was before, of spirituality and the traps of spirituality. Because I started the spiritual path and I went and I just I was taking mushrooms for like a year or so before, and then I had a break, and that was when I was 16. I had a spout of abusing mushrooms, and it was like quite a mental journey. It was quite amazing, and then I took a break, and then this time when I came back, they were loads more expansive because maybe I'd matured. I wasn't smoking weed at the time, and then ever since then, it's just been just propelled me full blast. Like I was just doing more and more psychedelics, having more and more awakenings. I just found actualize.org and I was vibing with that a lot. I was learning so much that it was like everything. I was saying constantly, like if you go through my old videos, you can find them on rumble.com /user/uppercase OXSN. Like the things I was saying were worrying from the outside, but from the inside it was really like a transformation of a lot of it was worrying. Like I go through my old content now and I think like I understand why people were worried, but what I understood then that I kind of forgot, because I came out of that kind of spiritual psychosis thing like 2 months ago something, and I was kind of speaking about how a lot of my ideas weren't that great. I've matured a lot. Just because I know about mushrooms don't mean I know about everything. People kind of like hated on mushrooms, so I was like, well, you're so ignorant to like disregard psychedelics as a whole, like the whole culture. You guys are so ignorant that I don't feel strange being the odd one out with where the whole population thinks that I'm wrong, and then that kind of let other ideas of the same nature slip through the cracks. But overall, I was having an authentic awakening of a lot. It was just a lot of psychedelics. Yeah, I'm pretty confident I did, like, kind of conventionally speaking, in this relative place, like, as a human amongst other humans, yeah, I fucking went like spiritual psychosis mode, full blast. And I even had a YouTube channel called Spiritual Psychosis. I think it's still up, but YouTube obviously terminated my main channel for talking about health and denying the severity of COVID-19, which I am. And yeah, so this is a lot of what I'm going to be talking about in the program. I hope YouTube can reinstate me in the future, but I'm going to make a proper statement on that when I get round to it. So yeah, it's going to be like a new because like the visions I was having on this trip were very like, I was thinking about this stuff for ages, and for some reason it was just like I got super creative with like what I'd like to do. I don't know where the ideas originated from, but I was just in like a creative trance of like what I would like to do in the future. Yeah, and it seemed very right. Like, it seemed like, yeah, I'm evolving, I get it now. Yeah, YouTube banned me. Okay, my content kind of died, it fell apart. I can reflect on my old content now with a lot of distance as I've matured and grown so much. Like, I'm literally not even that person anymore. And I'm sure that will continue because it seems to be a habit of psychedelics and this kind of psychosis shit. But yeah, so I'll be talking about a lot of yeah, like say like the denying of the severity of COVID-19. That will be one part of the picture, and I'll try and like draw together loads of things to make like a kind of holistic image to like to kind of basically it'll be a lot on like learning, where right, these personal development channels, yeah, like, and everything's a paradox. So a lot of what I want to do is I want to get a lot of people on the podcast, like Mr. Nature. I've done a podcast with in the past, and he's very much into the teachings of, say, like Ramana Maharshi. He's very metaphysical, and he's all about this like spiritual letting go, like a rapper called Spectrum. He actually showed him to me. Mr. Nature showed me Spectrum. So I like to get here on the podcast, right, and like I'll be talking with him and discussing like what is the truth and trying to get to the truth and what's the best way of living, and but like as I'm learning, and I'm gonna try and basically share the ropes of the name of the game here that we're in this reality right now, with you in your body sat there, and try and like really get down to it, yeah, because I listen to a lot of general personal development channels like Hamza, Better Ideas, Captain Sinbad, David Goggins, Joe Rogan, Dan Coe, I think his name is. Right, and like these people have this idea, like, so one of the main things that I'm going to be doing here with this project is there's a disconnect between psychedelia and shamanism, spirituality on one end, and Western down-to-earth personal development. But these, I'm actually want to do something like Alan Watts, is what I was thinking last night, is where Alan Watts brings together the teachings of the Eastern traditions with the West, and he kind of acts as like a translator in the middle. And a lot of this project will actually be basically making my own understanding of reality. So it will be almost like I know that's kind of what actualize.org set out to do. Like, obviously he's setting out to help people as well, but I would like, and so am I, but it's like I've become aware now that there's better ways of living, and it'll be an integration of like everything I've learned in the whole personal development field and the spirituality. Like, so I've had like nearly a fucking 100 mushroom trips at this point. I've smoked a crazy amount of cannabis in the past. I've had a history of I've had schizophrenic tendencies, psychosis tendencies, and bipolar tendencies. I've never been diagnosed because too much pride to go and get some help, as Spectrum says, and I don't want a diagnosis because this is the kind of the name of the game is what I'm saying here is the way that we approach mental illness, and that it's all connected, everything I'm going to be talking about. So a lot of it I'm going to be talking about, like the lockdowns and COVID. I'm going to be talking about the food and how the food is messing with your hormones and things, and it's like it's a kind of like a re-education. What you're going to do is you're going to stumble onto this platform here that I make, re-weaponize or whatever, re-education. I can't remember, I had a few names for it. I was going to call it Re-Weaponize Nation. I don't know, I probably won't, it sounds pretty dead. But yeah, it's, you're going to go onto this platform here, and I'm going to be telling you things with the best of my ability, and keep updating it and growing, and saying, like, look, like, there's many missing links in your life. Obviously, you feel like you always want to be more. Like, I'll be talking about the kind of paradigm of how these personal development channels kind of, like, instill you with the belief that you need to be more than you are, and then you kind of suffer for it. But then obviously, like, I'll be going into the nuances as well, like, are they right? Am I right? Like, did you not just kind of betray yourself before you really clocked what you were doing? Like, you just set yourself up in a way, but also, is it not worth doing? Are you just making excuses to be lazy, or what is it? So again, that's why I like to talk to Mr. Nature and his girlfriend Miss Sunshine. I've done a podcast of both of those in the past. Yeah, and I'll be talking so that, like, I know there's like a book I think Alan Watts referred to called, like, The Myth of Mental Health would be a big one. I'm going to be reflecting and documenting other cultures, so I'd be doing a lot of research on other cultures and eco-villages, and I'd like to travel to eco-villages in the future and see this kind of new, like, this lifestyle. Antidepressants and mental health is a massive field that I'm interested in, because, like, and, like, obviously it'll get generally into, like, a bit of the conspiracy stuff, like they're profiting, obviously, big pharma is profiting from the illness of the population, and seems like big tech, big pharma, big media, big food is, like, all teamed up, and they've just got us, like, enslaved in some grid. I mean, but I know it's not as new, like, as black and white as that. So yeah, I think I've been taking a much more mature approach to all of my ideas in general. I've been trying to be a lot more nuanced and a lot more, like, less quick to, like, assume that I'm correct. Like, I was in a phase, I'm referring to the Susan Cook-Groider's model of the nine stages of ego development. Actualize.org has videos on that, and I was in a stage called the expert. Not saying like I'm an expert, but that's just what it was called, and it was one of the flaws of that stage, and the common characteristics and character traits was you can't tell them anything they don't already know. That was definitely a phase that I was in. I come out of that, but I remembered last night, like, I was like, wow, I clearly lost the plot, man. But I was like, when I took the mushrooms, I was like, no, I didn't really. I did, but it was like, it was an authentic response to a authentic experience and awakening. So yeah, so a lot of names that I'll be pulling from, and I'll be making particular documentation series on public intellectuals would be one of my main fields, I think, because there's a lack of comparison that could be really useful. Say I watch a lot of Leo Gura from Actualize.org, for example, and, like, imagine if he spoke on Alan Watts, Terence McKenna, Ram Dass, Hamza, better idea, and, like, but, like, not just him. Say, imagine if Alan Watts or Terence McKenna or one of your favourite public intellectuals, imagine they was alive again, or whoever, right, and they had, like, a series of very thought out, contemplated, where they reflected on your other teachers, because I feel like this is the missing link, right, in a sense. It's not to debate and waste time about that, like, but it's more like people are listening to intellectuals, public intellectuals, gurus, self-help people. And they're like, right, he says this, but the other one says that. And they don't... If you could get them all in the same fucking room... So, right, here's my ideal fucking exodus. Like, you know what Jordan Peterson has here? He has, like, a table with, like, 10 people around it. At this table, here's who I'd like to see. And this is what I'll try and bring together on this project here and what I'm going to be doing in the future. Or just for OXSN in general. Is sat at this table, I would like to have Alan Watts, Terence McKenna, Leo Gura, Connor Murphy, Jordan Peterson, Paul Stamets, Ram Dass, what's he called? Michael Pollan, Joe Rogan, me, Oxen, Mr. Traumatic, Devilman, Inspector Veg, Ryan Saunders, Isometric MC, T-Mind, a lot of those recent ones were like just rappers, like conscious rappers. Conscious rapper community, I'll have him on there. Flowmatic, he's a rapper. Intergalactic Space Kitty. KT, my friend, who's like, sorry, I would deem you like new age still. I know you get offended when I say that, but yeah, I know you don't know a lot of the new. Alright, who else we got? Better Ideas, Captain Sinbad, Hamza. Nathan Drew? Oh, I don't know. Oh, what's he called? Clancy from fucking the Midnight Gospel. What's he called? Oh, I can't remember. Whoever it is in real life. Duncan Trussell. Russell Brand, we need him on there. You see what I mean? Like, there's like a... But the thing is, yeah, I'm going to be bringing forward, like, biographies or whatever the fuck of, like, of all of these people. And I'm going to be listing all of their traits and their ideas. And I'm going to try and make, like, a holistic map for, like, a evolution of everything. So, yeah, I mean, those are some ideas. I hope, like, I don't know, there's so much potential. Like, I've just got off of this psychedelic trip last night. So... I hope there's not potential that I'm sounding like delusional at the minute or some shit. Like, I know, like, there are definitely delusions with psychedelics. There can be, like, you can get into a state like that. Not always, but like, I've definitely had like ideas of how people, like, when I done like a lecture, yeah, which is one of the reasons my YouTube got terminated, and it was on 7 grams of Liberty Cap mushrooms, which is that's a mad dose to do a fucking YouTube video on. But I was doing a health lecture, and it was called Cure All Disease. Oh yeah, more people at the table. We'll have Dr. Sebi, Dr. Robert Morse. Yaki Awakened. See, there's so many public intellectual, like, I love all these people, man. And I would love to meet them. Like, you know what I mean? I got like a whole podcast lined up right there. So yeah, I need to evolve, like, my... way of doing the podcast. Oh, Adeptus Psychonautica, I'd have him on there as well. But yeah, I need to evolve the way I talk on podcasts and get better. But that's the thing, just with time I seem to be growing so much, but most of it's like internal growth, which is quite the weird thing, right? Because personal development, you set out to like do a lot of stuff mainly in the external world. Like, a lot of them neglect there's an internal world. Of course they acknowledge it, but it's like the transformation on the inside, like, for me has been the main thing. But it's like, it's not just like oh, where are your results then? Like, but it's like I actually feel it so much where like I just keep learning so quickly, and ever since I started the spiritual path it's just been non-stop. As Ram Dass says, once you get on you can't get off. So oh yeah, fuck it, I'll put Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate on the table as well. Fuck it, might as well. We got all these people. Oh yeah, I'd have Frank Yang on the table as well. Mr. Nature, Miss Sunshine on there. Fuck it, we'll put Psychedelic Actualization on there. We'll put Spread Truth on there from a past podcast. I done one with Psychedelic Actualization as well. Oh, let's put fucking Psych Substance on there as well. Excuse me. So yeah, that's those are the ideas basically that I was having last night. I tried to make some videos while I was tripping, but I found it a bit difficult. But yeah, it seems to be like it's more of like a lot of it will be what I was doing anyway. But just with my ideas maturing, I'll make a new setup, make a new editing format, make it like a new actual series, so you can find it under a particular hashtag, or like, you know, we'll have season 1, episode 1, or whatever the fuck. I'll make a name for it, I'll make a logo and a brand, and I'll make like a vision, maybe like an intro for the videos of like what this is about exactly, and just like refine this vision. And really get to work on this like holistic revolution on the way that you perceive your true existential nature, for those of us who care about these questions, because like I say, there's a disconnect. Like, we have the spiritual people, right, but they're not involved with the West really. Like I know Alan Watts set out to do that, but he's still like on the side. So if I could integrate with some more of these Western personal development channels, like I said, it will be somewhat like the Mass Awakening Project. And like, oh yeah, so one of the main things here is like, when I call it that, is I want to make like basically a program to launch your awakening. Not necessarily launch, because I launched too fucking fast and too hard when I was younger, and I'm just like recovering from that like complete mental breakdown, like spiritual crisis. But it was really a rebirth. So I'm like, my whole way of perceiving the world has changed now. I live in magic and energy all the time, and I know what that sounds like now, because I heard myself saying it. Like I see myself on the YouTube going, I live in magic right now and things, and like there's nothing to lose a grip with, and like everyone's like, geez, this kid's losing the plot, and I'm like, yeah, but there's nothing to like. So I wasn't actually crazy the whole time, but I recently started to think I was crazy, which is quite weird, because I didn't really think I'd realise that I wasn't, but I was at the same time. But it's kind of like just a complete, wow, if you want to call it psychosis. But just because someone has a different state of mind than you doesn't mean, like, just because someone perceives reality in a different way, you know what I mean? Like, even if they end up killing themselves or some shit. And I know I did have a friend who killed himself on mushrooms because he was he had some, like, what I would deem honestly like some deep awakening, like, and I was realizing this stuff last night. And yeah, I was even thinking about like how on my future project that I was just talking about here, there is like real potential. 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, there is real potential, right? That like the call to commit suicide. I know that sounds dodgy. I'm not going to, right? But they're like, it's just like the ultimate existential, like, because look, I would never have advocated my friend to kill himself, right? I've said this many times. And I'll actually go into a deep dive, I think, in the future of what I think about this. And I know Actualize.org made a video on what he thinks about spiritual suicide and things. And last night I was just thinking, yeah, like death is ultimately an illusion, right? And obviously people will hear me say that and go, well, fucking hell, you sound like my mate who killed himself. I know, because like the truth is, yeah, when you really dabble into the deep existential questions in things, like what is the fucking point of this right now? Like there isn't. I get it. Like you can play this game and it's I think it's made to be lived, really, but I don't think it actually, like, the whole ultimate path matters. So I'm gonna choose to stick around because fuck it, I want to see how it plays out. It's quite interesting, like, even just like shit on the news, like what's happening with the world. Like I just want to see how it goes down. I want to listen to new albums get released. I want to take more psychedelics. I want to have a good time. I know there'll be uncomfortable moments and suffering, but I quite, I've just emerged out of nothing. Like I've just become conscious slowly over the years, and now I'm like, what the fuck is this? And like, when I'm suffering and that, yeah, I can, like, the call, like, I have suicidal thoughts consistently, but I'm very far away from ever taking action on that. But it's just like, what is the point? And I don't think like, you have to kind of create your own meaning. But yeah. So I was thinking a lot about that last night. Yeah, like just about suicide and that. I was like, wouldn't it be mad at the, like, if I actually done it eventually? Like, not that I'd want to, but I know that existentially it don't matter. That's what I'm saying. Like, it does not matter. But at the same, like, I don't know if my family and other people actually exist, so I'm not 100% sure about the solipsism shit, but I think I'd rather, like, not make them suffer if that was the case, so I guess I'll stick around. Because I know how it works in the relative sense. But yeah, like, when my friend first killed himself, yeah, I was very in this unhinged mode, right? And I was like, when he killed himself, like, it's almost like I was just like, yeah, I kind of knew that was, mushrooms were capable of that. And like, don't get me wrong, it hurt and it was uncomfortable and things. I didn't want to hear that, like, obviously. And then, but slowly as I became more quote unquote grounded, and came back down to earth, became more rational and like more prickles than goo, as Alan Watts. Search up Alan Watts prickles and goo. And that's another thing Alan Watts said. Like, there was this one part of a lecture on I think it was the Web of Life, where he said, like, if you, like, people say, like, they want to kill themselves, and they're like, and he says to them, like, if you want to kill yourself, do it, you can clock out. And then they realise, like, they don't actually have to kill themselves. You can kind of kill yourself without killing yourself, where, like, you're basically about to make the decision, and then you're like, well, I might as well just live more free and just stop worrying about everything that's making me want to kill myself in the first place. Which I feel, that's kind of what I'd done. It's like suicide without actually doing it, and then you just free up, like, your anxieties and just stop worrying so much, which was quite interesting. But yeah, he says, like, if you want to kill yourself, do it. And I would never say that to my mate. Like, I'd honestly, I know that people, like, could potentially be looking for someone to blame. Yeah, me and my mate met up. I was really spiritual, and then he got into the spirituality as well. He went down his own path, and he was taking mushrooms. He was having a tough, like, he was on a really good path with himself as well. It's the thing. He was on personal development, full blast, doing yoga, jiu-jitsu, breathwork, cold showers, meditation, etc. But he just kind of clocked that. Oi. No, sorry. So yeah, I think Luna, stop it. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think he wanted to, and again, like, it's not just me, mate. Like, the whole spiritual world is an actual thing for the outsiders. Like, there's a rapper called Spectrum, and he goes, "Get out of your way. I could have left, transcended the flesh, but instead I decided to stay. We are all one and the same, so let me hear you say, I'm the Bodhisattva. Ayo. I came back to open your chakras." And the Bodhisattva is someone who awakens, and then that awakening is to be brought back to the tribe, which is what I would like to do, I guess. And yeah, so I think that will do for this intro. So this will be season 1, episode 1, or what would it be? So I'm gonna make this like the preface of the program, basically. So I'll be making a hashtag and a name and everything, and you're in the title or in the description, and that I'm gonna make a playlist and like a order and structure you can follow, eventually a website. And so yeah, this will go for like a preface series of talking on a whim. This was mainly just to get some ideas out there, because I had the ideas last night but I didn't actually get them down properly. So I just wanted to have a talk now, just before, like, because a lot of the psychedelics you can trip and then like you forget everything immediately. So I guess this is some form of the integration. But yeah, it was quite a weird trip, to be honest. Like, I was just having ideas about like aspirations, and then I felt like I'd forgot a lot of it like quickly. So that's another thing I'll talk about in the general course, is just like psychedelic mastery, and things like that, and just like my general videos. Yeah, but I'll be having a lot more context and why this fits into the overall program of reawakening, or remembering is what I was going to call a lot of it, some shit like that. Or I've wanted to do like a Oxen revival for a minute as well, because I've been looking for some change with what I like to do. So yeah, hopefully that sounds good to you guys. I would like feedback if possible, so just let me know what you think. And I've got a free podcast, basically, so if anybody would like to come on the podcast and inquire about mushroom psychedelics, or like, just general questions that you might have, because I'm very serious about the spirituality for a long time, but again, that could be a trap, being serious about everything. But yeah, I know a lot about mushrooms and that, so I'd like to set up like a free Q&A I've done in the past. You can search like a friend calls to inquire about my 70+ mushroom trips, and we can just have conversations and we can put it online. So if you wanted to just call me up, potentially we can sort something out quickly. We'll have an hour conversation, half-hour conversation, whatever you please, and you can just ask me general questions and I'll do my best to answer those, and I'll make that its own like program and series, and yeah, I really want to like try and forge a kind of understanding that will help people, by connecting a lot of the dots, like with different lecturers and spiritual teachers and personal development channels, and fucking dietary warriors and conscious rappers, and try and like bring it all together with podcast. And I'll even do features and my own raps and things to come. I've been working, making some lyrics and things like that, so keep an eye out. And yeah, so yeah, it'll be just a program to like but the main thing I'll be focusing on is like trying to kind of getting into the flow of this intuition that I'm speaking about. And the intuition that I'm speaking about is like, there's not only awakenings in the absolute metaphysical, but there's also political awakenings, intellectual awakenings, like awareness awakenings, and all different nuances. And then when we there's like God realization as well, and then when we like tie all these together, we basically have an intuition that we can cultivate, that basically provides the answers. So this is what this program and what I'm going to be creating going forward will be. It's going to be, I'm going to help you cultivate this intuition where psychedelics are likely central, but not necessarily. I'm going to help you cultivate an intuition and a growth mindset that allows you to fully soak in life and understand life. And through understanding life, we can reduce suffering. We can understand for understanding's sake. Me and many people, we need to understand. I feel this is a deep desire within me, because I would love to understand reality for its own sake. because there's something for me very fulfilling about that, about progressing my understanding of the universe and my existential nature, truths. I'll be dissecting a lot of like awakening schools, and in terms of like Buddhism, for example. Like, I know there's a book that I used to have called Why Buddhism is True, and I'll like make very good informative videos with the best of my ability. I think I also have a gift for language and being a particular character. Like, everyone has their own like groove in what they can offer, their particular character, the way they go about portraying teachings and things, and these can help you. Like, if you can relate to me, then I can bring about teachings that others struggled to do. 1 second, sorry. Sorry, that's another thing. Like, this psychedelic trip I went on last night, I was like tossing and turning with like pain in my stomach because I can feel like it's milk and dairy, and I got so much milk like just sat in me, like my intestines are just like rotten. I've been drinking way too much milk, and I could feel that, and I ended up like basically throwing up. And that's another thing. Psychedelics can cause physical purges. And ayahuasca, and I'd love to do an ayahuasca ceremony, and I'd like to actually vlog and tour these ceremony places and really get you like as best as I can integrated with the like, and like make like Adeptus Psychonautic has like retreat reviews, and I'd like to do stuff like that. And yeah, I just really like to help the spiritual community in general. Kind of what I originally set out to do, but oh yeah, so about the book that says the Buddhism is true, my friend who killed himself, I was just talking about. Before we'd done that, like, we were talking about how the spiritual stuff, like, yeah, like, everyone thinks it's crazy, but like, it is just like actually true if you just go and find out for yourself and do the research. And we were talking about that, and I said I literally have a book in my bag called Why Buddhism is True. And that was just a good memory because we were just laughing about it, and it's just funny how like why Buddhism is true, and it will literally just tell you why, like, everything that we're saying and this kind of awakening is true. Like, so the answers are out there. It's just a lot of research, and yeah. So that's it. I think. Yeah, so I'd just like to help you cultivate, and basically there's like a river, like a stream, that is this intuition that I'm speaking. And the more you listen, and the more I learn, and the more we go on this path together, the more we can get a feel for this intuition, and this way of thinking and being, and this knowledge and this wisdom. If we can catch onto this stream by getting a glimpse of it, feeling it, realizing that there's a way of things, the way of things as well, and that's very tied to the trip I had last night, and it's very relevant. What I'm saying now is the Book of the Way, or the Tao Te Ching, and the way of things, and we can really start to seek truth together, and analyze and deconstruct different teachers, and bring together and bring about a holistic understanding of reality, our place in the universe, our life, of God realization, of awakening, of spiritual schools and teachers. And once we cultivate an understanding, we can challenge it, we can try and prove that it's wrong, do like science experiment, sort of like, well, I don't want to say science, like that, you kind of run the experiment, and we just conclude with what is ultimately true, and the truth will set you free. For the last 5 years, I looked at the TV screen, or once nor need, conscious. And the truth does set you free. So, this journey here that we're on Earth now, really, once you, as Ram Dass says, like, once you really begin on the awakening path, everything from that point forward is awakening path, and all of the obstacles, dips and turns and sways and ups and downs, you really just use those to awaken more and more, So yeah, I think that's what I'd like to do here. I'd like to bring about spirituality, and spirituality is just very important to me. I had like a rant to myself in a field like a week or so ago, because I'm like, why do I need to know, man? I'm like, because there's just a burning question inside me. I'm sat here in the present moment, like, why am I fucking here? I know there's a reason, in a sense. I just need to know because I need to know. Because I need to know reality, I need to understand myself. But then again, maybe the stopping of the seeking is the ultimate path. And maybe the truth is in silence. Or maybe it's in silence, but in understanding also. As Leo Gura says, reality hinges off of understanding. It's not just as simple as shutting your mind off. And I know that's the case. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed. I hope that made sense. So my name is Oxen, OXSN, or Baron Davidson. Hashtag Oxen you can find me under. So yeah, I'll be just trying to cultivate like a name for myself and making a good channel, good website, and like tabs and an ordered, structured kind of pursuit that would be my teachings. And you kind of pursue them, and I'll set out a map for you. And myself, again, this is my own understanding that I'll be sharing with you. So really, I'll be like actualized.org, where I'm just sharing insights with you, and but I'll just do my best. This is my passion and my purpose. But a lot of it will be focused around a revolution. I know everything is an act, ultimately, right? And this is just the universe playing hide and seek with itself. However, for myself, I know that this culture does not align with my core values. I'd like to be in a lot more like holistic psychedelic community, instead of this like grid of wage slavery, and I would like to cultivate that change, and make a tribe and commune to a different location potentially, or revolutionize this location, and try and bring about that more holistic lifestyle for the population, as that's important to me, as I want to spend my time feeling good, and I only feel good if everyone else is feeling good as well. And I feel like this lifestyle and this approach will make other people feel good, because the reason why everyone is hurting inside so deeply these days, with depression on the rise like crazy, with disease on the rise like crazy, with lockdowns and tyrannical governments, the reason why everyone is feeling very lost is because we've severed our connection with spirit, is what the shamans would say. We've severed our connection with these ancient plant medicines like psilocybin magic mushrooms, DMT, 5-MeO DMT, and ayahuasca. And then there's other ones potentially like peyote, ibogaine, I think, or some shit like salvia. I know there's side cases and things, and then we got like LSD as well, like pure psychedelics. Yeah, like, I think salvia could potentially be dangerous, but like mushrooms and that, like they have no lethal dose. And I've had enough of ignorance in culture of denying psychedelics, and we got poison all over the shelves, and every single supermarket is just polluted. This is why we're all getting ill. So I'd like to be the bodhisattva here, come through with crazy knowledge and a program to re-educate everybody, and remember your true nature. And then when we understand this intuition, that we're being lied to by big corporations and media and big food and big pharma and governments, that we've basically been put in a system to be extracted wealth from. So we can understand the reason why everything is like so much stuff doesn't seem to add up. And the more we go through into truth, so the more we talk about how the food's polluted, how psychedelics are illegal, how alcohol is legal, not saying it shouldn't be, but going through the kind of like, right, what's going on, why is it going on, why do we feel like this, what can we do about it, what does this teacher say, what does that teacher say, what does this politician say, why does the politician system work like this, what's the nature of money, is it really so that eco-villages are the way forward? Can you really leave Babylon or the West? Can you just disappear into a cabin in the woods? Is that the answer? Oh, Exerbia is another person that I'd have at the table, of the exodus of the spiritual people and the public intellectuals. Fuck it, I'll put Ben Shapiro on there as well. And Piers Morgan. I don't know about Piers Morgan. He's just a fucking comedian at this point. Like, just all that, I don't know. It's kind of funny, but it's just like a debate. Like, but yeah, like I saw on Piers Morgan's thing, like he has fucking like this Karen lady saying like why weed is illegal and why it should be illegal, and she just has no idea what she's on about. And I know what I'm on about, so I'd like to come forth and make like the best stuff I can to kind of like revolutionize what's going on in this fucking place. So yeah, and then so we're gonna go through and understand trauma and your true nature. We're gonna understand the present moment, yoga, breathwork, meditation, fighting, jiu-jitsu, cold showers, ice therapy, saunas, things like this. We're gonna have on the table as well of the Exodus. We're gonna have Andrew Huberman and Sam Harris, and Donald Hoffman. So yeah, going through all the traumas and that, understanding trauma, understanding how we can use breath work to regulate hormones and the, what's it called? The cardiovascular system with the ice therapy as well. Oh, Wim Hof. Wim Hof has to be on the table with the Exodus as well. Yeah, just going through and like basically like understanding that what we've been told is a load of shit. There is a way of going about things, and if you can cultivate the intuition, then you have done most of the work, and the rest of it just falls into place over time. It is a very long path. Awakening and spirituality is a long, long path. We're going to be talking a lot about fear. A lot of the personal development channels push a lot of fear. There's only two options, love or fear. You pick one. This world is nearly dead. We need a new kingdom. We need to leave these cities and live in nature when a new spring comes. I'm talking facts. It's not fiction. What? I'm talking truth. It's all false. I'm talking truth. It's not false facts. It's all true fiction. Everyone's saying I'm sick, but I don't get flu symptoms. My plant-based diet of vegan food has built up my immune system. I ain't been to the doctors in a long time. I just use wisdom. It's all epigenetics. We need to research into Bruce Lipton. Bruce Lipton can be on the table as well, along with David Icke. So yeah, I think if you understand what I'm saying here, I've said it enough now. It's there's lots of confusion around lots of areas, and when we figure one area out, like diet, then it has leads into other areas, and this is why it's a holistic approach to life. Is that when you really get thinking critically, and you solve one, eventually the others, you kind of cultivate the intuition, and you can take it to the other fields and solve the others. And then over time, before you know it, is you seem to have like cultivated and caught onto this way of things, and it's really the spiritual rebirth. And this is what this program will be. So yeah, it's I hope you look forward to it. I hope I've made it like as clear as I can for now. These are the ideas I've got. I'm going to spark this massive blunt now. I got this really good weed, and I've got a massive joint here I've been waiting to smoke. So let's get that down. And I appreciate you for having a listen, and just remember self-love, and everything's okay, and it's just part of the story. Everything works out in a divine manner, so just trust the process. And yeah, why would you incarnate just to kind of fail? You know what I mean? That's obviously not why you're here. Like, even if you don't get what you thought you wanted, in the end, all loose ends are tied in the end, 100%. I know that. I'm going to talk about non-duality and things of that nature as well. So that's it. I hope what was he called? There's loads of like non-duality teachers and stuff just on YouTube who just like stare at the camera without speaking, and they're like, yeah, that's because I got no mind. So yeah, we'll talk about no mind and things, and the self, like where does the idea of the self come from, and things like that, and how you think you exist, therefore you suffer. So yeah, there's so many things I want to do, and I hope you can tune in, and I hope you're excited for what I got going. So I'm gonna smoke this joint now and listen to some music. That's a 52-minute fucking lecture of what I would like to do, and that's it. I love you very much. And just take it easy. Just take more conscious breaths. Oh, Eckhart Tolle will have to be at this table. Eckhart Tolle. And Oprah, because she likes Eckhart Tolle. And Jim Carrey. So, as you can see, I'm very familiar with like basically everyone I'm speaking about. And so that's why I have value, I feel, because I've listened to hundreds of hours of lectures, and used these with psychedelics to like reprogram my mind. So yeah, I think it's because I know about all these intellectuals so deeply that I have a lot of value to bring forth, because I know the intellectuals very well and I can draw comparisons. And yeah, so thank you very much, everybody. The date is the 3rd of April 2023. My name's OXSN, or Baron Davison. I'm 19 years old, and in the description you can find updates. I'm sure it'll be easy to find updates of this project that I'm going to be launching, because it basically is going to be my new business, my new everything that I'm going to be doing. I hope I can pull through. I'm sure there'll be ups and downs. I'm still dealing with a lot of mental and spiritual awakenings, and somewhat depression a lot of the time, and just trying to figure out who I am in the world and things. So there might be delays and updates, and I could realise that a lot of what I'm talking about here is a load of shit, because as time goes, I'm constantly growing. It doesn't seem to ever stop. I'm constantly learning and evolving and maturing, but that's a good thing. And just come with me on the ride if this sounds interesting to you. If you are interested in the topics that I'm going to be talking about here, that I've laid a lot of the groundwork out now. So this is probably one of my best talks, actually. Is it kind of tells you like what I'm doing. And yeah, I'm sure I'll refine what I'm going to be doing exactly, and make it more actualized and solid. And when you can actually see it visually with a website and things, I'm sure it'll be quite different. Yeah, go to actualize.org, and that kind of website will be somewhat of like a similar format, or a lot of similar concepts and ideas. So I'll be building off of his stuff, and I'll allude to a lot of other teachers, because my main goal here is not money, it's not fame, it's not nothing. My main goal is to build the best picture of understanding of reality, somewhat, and your own personal spiritual awakening. For its own sake, I'm very interested in this in myself, so I'd like to draw a map for myself and share this map. So this map will be it'll be an understanding and a representation, and symbols of my best way I can like build a map. Remember, the map is not the territory, but if anyone wants to look at this map that I'm going to be building, of my best understanding of reality and what is the best way to live, what's a trap, what isn't, what's fear, what's love, what's the whole name of the game. And as I do this understanding, I hope maybe you'd join me, and I'll be doing a lot of podcasts with people with contradicting and similar ideas, and we can try and groove out a nice understanding, and I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. And potentially we can do meetups and stuff in the future, and I'm confident there will be a revolution, because why would I incarnate if it wasn't going to be the most amazing movie of all time? And for it to be the most amazing movie of all time, we need to go from Babylon wage slave grid and ascend into the mountains on psychedelics with a revolutionary tribe. And that's what's going to happen. So stick around, and this is going to be the most amazing adventure. Yep. Alright, I think I'm done. Time to spark this fucking joint. Alright. So thank you very much. Please share this if this sounds like something some of your friends might be interested in. The more people we can get onto this, the better. The more power, sort of, the movement will have. And yeah, that's all. So I'll see you later, and just take it easy. Yeah, there's no obligation here with life, not really. So just enjoy the ride, because everything, you're exactly where you need to be, and that is actually true. I realised that last night. Like, it's literally, everything's perfect as well in the present moment, which is one of the most strange things, how it seems so not perfect all the time when you're in this, like, future projection. But yeah, all stuff for the future project and episodes, so I hope you're excited, and yeah, I'm really excited to get this going, and so I'll be having music, documentaries, podcast, and the whole thing, and my task here is to really revolutionize the paradigm of understanding. There are alternate realities. I want to help you access those. I want to help you on your awakening, and awakening is coming to terms with what is, and swallowing many hard pills to swallow that are necessary for your own self-understanding and self-realization. Self-realization is the most important thing each of us can give to the world. So we realize our own true nature, it will set you free, and yeah. Alright, that's it. I love you very much. Goodbye.
Hello, how are you doing? I love you. Okay, let's start chatting some shit. Today I was at work, at my normal wage slave job, but I had a really good day. But a lot of you are in wage slavery are thinking, well, no wonder I'm so miserable. I'm a wage slave. And I understand you can't just spiritually bypass everything. Like, I know Leo Gura of Actualize.org spoke on this quite a bit. How you can't just spiritually bypass, like, don't get gaslighted by, like, Buddhism and Alan Watts and shit, like, just saying that you should be happy unconditionally, kind of. I mean, they don't really say that, but they, like, obviously if you're a wage slave, you're probably going to be feeling a bit shit about it, but it's at the same time, it is all created in the mind. I think observation is something that I need to get a lot more into in general, like, because you can, even again, Leo Gura, and I'm not just parroting him, I've actually moved away from him a lot. Like, Actualize.org feels like something in the past for me at the minute. Like, I've kind of, and he even says himself, like, that we should seek to, not like be fixed on these teachings, but to transcend them in the future, like build off of them, and this is what I'm going to be doing. So, like, it's just it's being a public intellectual, or speaking and creating like a infrastructure, visibly, aesthetically, audibly, in general, just for people to build off of and resonate with, and they can do so much for you. Like, I was actually gonna literally make a fucking episode just talking about the profound life-changingness of podcasts and the internet in general. Like, I know it's a bit of a rocky start there, and I excuse the noise in the background. I hope that doesn't piss you off, but I thought I want to record like a bit of a lecture talk thingy, but I'm also very fucking busy, and I'm quite tired as I've had a very strong day at work today, and I've just got back in, and now I'm doing the fucking dishes, so that is why you hear that. So I thought, kill two birds with one stone. I know it's wank having the fucking dishes done in the background, but I hope potentially that's not a problem. And I feel like it can be a very interesting talk here, so I'll come back full circle in a second and integrate everything. But I think, in general, you know, my kind of podcast and everything I'm doing here with my music, with my podcast, with my lectures, my teachings, and whatever the fuck, public speaking, or whatever the fuck I was just researching as well. I think I'm going to do actual, like, physical things, like talks in real life. Potentially just take to the streets with a fucking microphone and just see what I can fucking get going. That would be very interesting, and I can obviously record these. I really want to expand the horizons of just my intellectual path, and like the quantity and the quality of everything I'm doing, make everything a lot more solid and grounded, make it a lot easier to follow, integrate and connect my worldview and all of my ideas so that it is useful to those listening. Because, so yeah, I was listening to Terence McKenna today, and he was just speaking so many profound things, and it just gets me, I'm so inspired. I was listening to a lot of Ram Dass today as well. Yesterday I was listening to Alan Watts. This is just why I'm ticking over at work. So this, yeah, again, this is what I would call, again, killing two birds with one stone. It's, here's a pro tip I'll share with you. It's just intuitively I grasp onto this, but like, obviously, like we were talking about wage slavery earlier, right? Well, would it, like, as Alan Watts says, and many people say, is like you have to kind of like, and this is what I'm trying to do, is like integrate all the public intellectuals and try and like holistically and like imagine if your favourite public intellectual knew of all of your other favourite public intellectuals and had like in-person conversations. Like Terence McKenna and Ram Dass have a in-person video conversation together, and Leo Gura and Conor Murphy have over an hour-long phone call that you can find on the internet. And that's what I'm going to try to do, is become like somebody, not to look up to in an egoic way, but to be somebody notable of like an intellectual manner, who knows the spirituality, who's done loads of psychedelics, who knows the whole shtick, and then like reach out to as many people as I can and try and like holistically just like bootstrap and blast your awakening and development. Well, I say development in quotes, kind of, because development can kind of be a bit of a trap in a sense, I guess, if you're going to talk about like Alan Watts again, but so yeah, I was listening to a lot of Terence McKenna earlier today, and yeah, it was just so inspiring. I don't know if I lost my original thread just there, and that's again, there's so much room for improvement with my talks and that. I know I do have a lot of quality, so there's definitely going to be some good golden nuggets in this talk here or in the past, but especially in what's coming in the future. So right now it's nearly midway through 2023, and I'm 19 years old, and my ideas have evolved so much where I don't feel like the same person at all, where like, so like I started my YouTube channel and went full blast, like I was having deep awakenings, and then I thought, you know, I'll just make a YouTube channel, because I've wanted to make a YouTube channel for ages, and it was hard to kind of know how to speak and how to begin it, but then I had like such a deep awakening, I just got the camera out and started ranting, and that's like how it began. And in a sense, it's kind of like everything I'm speaking is still fueled by awakenings. And awakening is like, it's such a weird thing. Actually, hold on. I'm sorry if I keep not finishing my threads. But I will get it. I don't know, I'm quite a sporadic talker, but I'll hope I can improve in the future. But I keep remembering what I was going to say, and it just kind of like perpetually branches off into the future. But it's all still valuable, but I better not influence you to be fucking have such a shit attention span, because it might make you also do that. Like, I know Terence McKenna does it a lot, like Leo Gura does it a lot less, but what I was gonna say is the pro tip about killing two birds with one stone and listening to the podcast while you're at work, is because obviously if you're a wage slave, right, like Alan Watts says, like, find out a way, and loads of people say in general, that I didn't finish what I was going to say before, is that, like, the hack of life is to just do what you love, and figure out how to get paid for it, of course. Like, monetize your passion. And that way you kind of cheat the whole fucking system. You know? Like, if I could get paid for what I'm doing now, that would be like the holy grail. So what I'm saying here is that, like, what if you could actually make your work more enjoyable? So this is what I mean. Just try and invest some fucking contemplation into how to make your time at work more valuable and more enjoyable, or because and to do that is to listen to these podcasts while at work, because you're at work and you can find yourself having like quite a good day because you're just laughing to what they're laughing at. You feel like a member of the crowd in some of these talks, and there's so much valuable information as well. Like for mental health, I swear some of these lectures are so good, man. Like when you really catch on to a lot of what these people are saying, like Alan Watson, them, man, like it can be revolutionary for your mental health and your perception. And like I said, like you can actively pursue. Well, I didn't say it actually, but you can actively pursue this podcast in real time. Like you might be writing shit down that I'm saying potentially, or watching it on a TV or some shit like that. Although there's no video to this particular lecture, just audio. Yeah, you can just I mean, listen however you please, of course, but that's what I'm saying. It's like you can like do. I know, like, what's his name? What's his fucking name? David Goggins says that he doesn't like listen to lectures and shit while he's doing the dishes. Like me, I'm like doing a fucking recording a lecture while doing the dishes right now, to kill two birds with one stone. But on the same token, killing two birds with one stone is like, you could potentially half-ass everything you do, because everything you do, you're like multitasking. And I did go through a phase where, like, what David Goggins says, which he's just like, if you don't know, he's like kind of like a personal development, like a motivational speaker somewhat these days. He's quite well known as, and he says, yeah, like he doesn't like whatever he does, he's fully engaged. If he's doing the dishes, he's doing the dishes. If he's making a lecture, he's making a lecture. If he, you know, he doesn't walk around with earphones and shit in all the time. I do though, because you kind of get more out of your time. But yeah, there is danger for potentially like half-assing all of your activities. But then again, is danger even real, or is it all unfolding divinely? And should you just let go and everything's gonna be where it needs to be in the end, and you don't even have free will, so you might as well eat the poison, or maybe not. Sorry, yeah, so I'm really sporadic today, so I think I have like in general, I was doing a lot of research on bipolar disorder, supposedly, as they call it, or I used to say, because if you don't know, I used to be like super like manically depressed, and I'm not, because bipolar is another term for manic depression. They kind of coincide, at least that's what the internet says, and like that's how the definition is kind of known as publicly. But I used to say manic depression because I was just depressed, but also like in psychosis, kind of. But then I realised that it actually also means bipolar. I also check many boxes of that diagnosis, but obviously I'm not going to be like a blind and just go, oh, I have bipolar, and go and seek a diagnosis and then just fucking go with it. Like, there's many nuances, and it's not as black and white. It's like, yeah, you have bipolar, take this pill. But yeah, like what I'm saying is, that's like, my energy is so different all the time. Today, like, this is the first few days I've been sober for about 3 weeks, because I was smoking weed perpetually every morning, wake and bake, full blast, first thing in the morning till last thing at night, high quality weed, and yeah, it's what my body and my intuition wants, and kind of like, in a way, kind of feels as right, other than like the money side of things. But as soon as I stop, it's like everything comes back online. But that's only if you abuse it full blast, and maybe you're not very conscious about it, and you also mix it with bad eating. And because I think weed or cannabis can be such a diverse thing. Like, there's so many different strains, there's so many different nuances. Has it been sprayed? Does it have pesticides? Is it genetically modified? Is it organic? Is it like, you know, there's so many different things to it. But I know it helps me amazingly with sleep, and a lot of people, like, I can sleep a lot easier if I have a joint. Like, any time I want, yeah. If I smoke a joint, I can go to sleep there and then, I swear down. It's mad. And it's just euphoric in general, I think. But yeah, like, I've quit smoking weed just now. I always go like on and off it in phases, and I was just on it full blast for ages. But yeah, I've just come off it, and it seems like, I don't know if that is related, I'm pretty sure it is, to this kind of surge of optimism and energy, where I can stay asleep a lot longer. I'm sorry, that's not true. I can stay awake a lot longer if I almost don't have a choice in a sense, because weed just changes your energy levels. But yeah, like, I'm just saying, like, that's kind of maybe why I sound a bit like sporadic and schizophrenic at the minute. It's maybe because I quit the weed. It's almost like half the time, yeah, I'm super depressed, way over the top, and then half the time I'm super optimistic, way over the top. And I realised this eventually, like a few months ago, and then I started researching, and yeah, it said bipolar, and another term for this is manic depression, which I've said on a whim that I had been a victim to. Not saying that I actually have the diagnosis, but saying like, oh, I have been manically depressed in the past for years. And then it turns out that label kind of coincides with bipolar, which seems to be like a bit of a diagnosis that I could probably get. But like, all these labels, man, like, they can be useful, but it's like, at the end of the day, they're just labels. Like, they don't actually objectively exist anywhere. Like, don't deceive yourself. The map is not the territory. We can disconnect from reality through excessive thinking, as Alan Watts says, and Buddhism says, where we confuse, like, the symbol. Like, you confuse the diagnosis with the actual reality. Like, here's a side note, yeah, here's an insight. Like, I was really depressed, like, about 5 months ago, and I was, like, on fucking, like, 8 tabs of fake LSD, and I'd taken mushrooms as well, and I was smoking weed, and I was sat in the shed, and, like, I was having, like, a breakdown to my friend about, like, how I'm, like, spiraling, and, like, you can see it in my old content. It was, like, this kind of, like, I was under the impression that I was self-sabotaging my personal development, kind of, scared to feel the fear that I won't never reach my full potential and let everybody down that saw that I had something special. So without you, I don't know where I would be. Psilocybin, ecstasy, DMT, set me free. Sorry, that was a song by Spectrum. Go check that out. Whoa. I just broke a fucking glass. After I washed it up. I could have fucking broke it before I washed it. That would have been good. But, what was I saying, bruv? I need to, like, I think I get tempted by being more sporadic, because there's so much to say and it goes on forever. But I also need to not do that, because it's probably not wise and would not be very good for a podcast like what you're listening to now, potentially. And let me know if you are listening to it. Get me on Instagram or Snapchat or fucking Twitter or whatever the fuck you want. They terminated my YouTube because I'm speaking facts and they don't like that. They want... Babylon is the one in charge of that, and yeah. But yeah, we'll get to that. The World Health Organization is the reason why I don't have YouTube anymore. But yeah, I need to focus up on these talks, man, because this is such a fucking mess. This talk. What was I talking about? I understand if you like. See, I feel like I thrive more in like an in-person podcast setup. Like, I'd love to be around a table of public intellectuals where, I mean, I don't know why I struggle so much to keep my threads. Like, I do know what I was on about genuinely. but it just branches off way too much, like what Terence McKenna does. I'm probably way worse than him, but it's just because there's so much to be said, and like as I'm speaking, I remember things to say about other topics, and like I want to say them and include them and then return, but you say them and you start going down it, and then before you know it, you're trying to articulate a whole different topic, and then it kind of like throws a fucking monkey spanner or whatever the fuck they call it in the spanner in the works or whatever in the previous thread, because you have to like start afresh because you just pursued a whole different topic. Like they don't really go together. Like you should just try and like pick a topic and stay on that topic. But it's so interconnected. But this is what I'm trying to get you to understand, is because in this way, and it's weird that I'm talking about like this now, like because I feel like I lost this ability for a minute, but I definitely feel like it's back now in general. I went through quite a dip phase. Like if you've been following me, in short, I started my channel at at the start of 2021, the start of 2022. Yeah, 2022, I believe, and I was having many awakenings as I am right now, and I was full blast, just talking full blast, and it was all interconnected, where it all linked back to itself, and that in this manner, yeah, like I can talk forever like I am right now because it's all part of the same picture. So if you're familiar with public intellectuals, you know, just on a whim quickly, we've got Jordan Peterson, Terence McKenna, Hamza, Actualize.org or Leo Gura, Conor Murphy, Ram Dass, and that will do. These people, once you're familiar with their shtick, it's not actually necessarily about the particular topic. You can just listen to them all the time. So, for example, Leo Gura, if he was to upload Untitled video number 5, I would listen to the whole thing because it's Leo Gura, and I know who Leo Gura is. And if you know who I am, and you become familiar with like my message, my agenda, my philosophy, my ideas, character, etc., then in a sense you can just listen to what you're listening to right now, and it all interconnects into like, and there's pieces of golden nuggets every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, every 1 minute, and it adds to your worldview. And you can disagree with a lot of what I say, you can agree with a lot of it, but there's insights in here because I'm sharing insights with you, or thoughts, and things that I've learned, and experiences and stories, etc. And within here, there can be some nuggets, and to be honest, because everything is divine, and physicality is literally God's will, where everything that is the ultimate will of reality, because reality is a mind, and a fluke does not exist. Flukes, that's not true. Everything is divine, everything... Oh. Hi. Okay.
Okay, caught on the handle though, I don't want to close it.
What?
It gets caught in the handle.
Yes, sorry then. Hello everybody, it is Oxen, and who are you? I hope you are having an excellent time in the space of consciousness. Here today I am going to talk about a trip, an experience I had about 2 days ago. It's kind of two experiences. So about 2 days ago I took about 6 grams of Liberty Cap Psilocybin magic mushrooms upon waking up, and then I went to go outside. And I was smoking some weed in the sun and in nature, listening to a bit of Traumatic, just observing the world, and it was a very deep interconnected trip. Some key words is like love, nature, the world, the web of life, Alan Watts, God realization, etc. And then so the day before that I took a pill, which is so this is not something I will do again. I've took my chances very rarely with untested substances,
and it's not wise. It doesn't really make you feel very good. It feels quite like low integrity move. You don't want to be taking stuff that you're not. So I was told that it was 2CB by a friend. I trust him. People had took them, but that's no good really. You do not really want to, when you're fucking around with psychedelics and drugs. You don't want to take someone's word. You need like solid, like physical evidence of what you're taking. Because I said before, I took probably nearly a year ago now. I took. I didn't have the test kit, and I brought some acid, 2 tabs of acid. So of course I couldn't know the dose. I couldn't know the legitimacy. I didn't test them. I thought fuck it. I took 2 tabs at once, which was pretty fucking crazy. It was actually, this was a long time ago, and it was fucking terrifying. Because, not that it was like a bad trip, like, psychoanalytically, or it was very physically poisonous and confusing, and my breathing was very heavy, and things were physiologically going downhill, to the point where I had to just breathe and try and remain conscious as I kept drifting into strange, like, sexually motivated trances. So I'll tell you this story, like, quick, just a bit of a recap for those who hadn't seen it. It's actually a live trip report of what I'm speaking about here, that you can find on my Rumble. I'll link it in the description, so make sure to check it out. But yeah, just a quick recap. When I say the sexually motivated trances, is that basically I kept losing consciousness and like waking up in the midst of masturbation, but I wasn't even like wanting it or nothing. Like I would just realize that, oh, it's happening again. I don't think I didn't finish at all. It was very confusing. I didn't really want it, and I wasn't even like horny or nothing. It was just like, but yeah, the drug was very uncomfortable. And yeah, so what I said is, what I was going to say earlier is my conclusion after that experience was, as soon as you drop the substance with no idea of the legitimacy of it or not, you've kind of fucked up, because you're not going to go really deep into like a psychedelic state. You could do, I'm sure you could, obviously, if it was legit and potent. It would just erode those fears eventually, because it would just like brute force its way to fucking infinity, or wherever you might go. But it's dangerous in terms of, you don't want to take your chances and then be second guessing if it's going to hurt you or not, obviously. And then there's somewhat like that you can rationalise it to yourself. Oh, kids take pills all the time, you know, no one really dies of them. And yeah, but it's your health, you know what I mean? Especially with all this man-made stuff, bro. Like, and when you look at a pill especially, it's like, what is it, man? It's literally just a stone. You're just swallowing a fucking stone. So yeah, do not fucking do that, really. It's not good. I've kind of burned through that karma now. I don't even want to do it, because in my experience that it's not really worth it. You can't really tell a good tale either if you didn't test it. It makes you seem low integrity. A lot of the spiritual people, maybe with higher integrity or higher like self-love or self-respect, will kind of shun or look down, because taking like random pills on a whim in Babylon without a test kit is not wise. So I'd stay away. And you can't even test pills anyway, really. Alright, so that was that. So yeah, I am at work at the minute, by the way, if you hear banging around and stuff. But it's fine, I can speak, because I'm just ticking over, throwing some fucking rocks. I'm just a labourer at the minute, wage slave. And that, I want to talk about that a bit eventually. I have a lot, but this one anyway I'll dedicate to the solid topic of this trip reports, etc. So yeah, that acid trip from a long time ago, we're done with that now. So let's talk about the experience I had 2-3 days ago. So one night I took a pill that was supposedly 2CB. The same person also told me it was MDMA plus acid. And again, it's not wise, I'm not proud of taking. The experience was actually pretty good. It was not long lasting. I listened to Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. I never heard it before. And it was there were definitely insights in there. But I think like a lot of the insights might have just come from the lyrics. Because it's quite meta, what he talks on. But it definitely opened my consciousness, 100%. And I was also smoking weed at the time as well. So there was that. Anything other interesting things of that? Yeah, it just like there was one peak of like euphoria very briefly, and I thought, oh, it's gonna take off into like ecstasy, but it didn't. It just like it felt like it was building up, but it never really got there. Yeah, I don't know, there wasn't really that much like on that trip, to be honest. It's quite an empty trip. Yeah, it was just short lasting, made things a bit weird, definitely done something. I was just like, why did I take this? It's not the person I really want to be, taking random street pills like that. So, alright, fuck that one, let's talk about the mushroom trip report. So, yeah, this was profound. One of the best trips I've had for a long time. So, I actually have been having bad trips for... I've had more bad trips than I've had good trips. When I say bad trips, I mean uncomfortable insights. These days, I've had really bad like terror trips in the past, where you just get locked in hell. One of my best videos about that, I'll link it in the description. Please watch that. I've poured like 24 hours into it. Maybe not that much. It took a long fucking time. Anyway, you'll see by the editing, it looks cool. It's one of my only edited videos, but. So I woke up after taking this pill, so I woke up in the morning, and I was like, yeah, fair enough, that was like a decent experience, I was pretty happy. The sun was up, so I got up, I sat in the garden, and I had a total of 7 grams on me, but I only ate about 6. As it takes a while to get through it, and often you buy like, you can, it depends if you buy it or if you get them yourself from the fields, like pick them. But I brought them, or I have done in the past. I've never picked them yet. I've had a look locally a little bit in the right season, which in the UK is about October. But I never found any, so I brought some off this guy, and yeah, the reason I say that is because yeah, depending on who you get them off, obviously if you buy 7 grams, my guy's pretty good, but there's a chance that it might have like bits of grass in there, or like other, you know, bits of shit that's just from the ground. So it takes a while to kind of pick through it. I don't eat all of it because I don't want to eat like grass and shit like that, not really. Although I'm sure it's a lot less harmful than some of the food in Babylon. Like I just ate some fucking sugar granola, and I'm like, it's meant to be a treat apparently, but it literally just like, I didn't even want to eat it. And it just made me feel fucking horrible immediately, and now my energy levels are all fucked up, so fuck sugar. Side note, weed makes me way more desirable for sugar. Like when I'm sober, I don't even want sugar. I think, oh fuck that, that'll just lower my vibration and make my energy all wacky. When I'm stoned, sugar is a treat, which is something to think about. But I woke up, I took this dose, I ate it with an apple, organic apple, and then by the time I took the final mouthful, it was already coming on. Takes for me probably about, like since I eat the first bit, it will really begin within about an hour or 40 minutes. Terence McKenna reckons it takes him an hour and 20 minutes on the dot for him to feel anything, but each to their own. Eat him on an empty stomach. If you eat him with loads of food, it could take longer. And it will also give you nausea, so avoid eating on a full stomach, or
I would recommend you haven't eaten for minimum 2 hours. You can do what you want really, it might not give you nausea. I've only had nausea really bad once, and it's like a... But there's always, so I took this trip, yeah, and on the come up, which is almost similar to the nausea, there's about an hour from when you ingest it, and then when you're working through it and you're coming up, there's about an hour or hour and a half of almost inevitable discomfort for me. It depends how much you take. 6 grams is a lot. It's quite a body load. It's multiple mouthfuls. So that's why it takes a toll on your body. And then obviously you're fucking launching into metaphysics, which can be very uncomfortable. For example, I took a trip with Key Parks. He's on YouTube if you know him. He's a good old boy. He likes psychedelics as well. I took a trip with Key Parks. My friend Dylan, who I done a podcast with called A Friend's Calls to Ask About My 70 Plus Mushroom Trips. It's a podcast we've done together about psilocybin education, so check that out. And you mix with selectives, it's very good. I'll link it below as well. So yeah, I took a trip with them, and then there was one other old boy there who's only ever tripped once in the past. And this is a funny story because I predicted what was going to happen, as I've had like 100 plus trips at this point. And this is the first time I've ever really tripped with anybody else on. Yeah, for the most part, it was the first time I had like a dedicated, like spiritual kind of trip with these kind of people. We met up in Wales. We met each other over the internet. Which was my goal when I originally set out to create this OXSN, what you see here. A lot of my motivation was to find others. So I created a profile and talked bare knowledge, and then others alike found me eventually, and we met in the flesh. So there's the practical implications of that. So if all else fails, I'm glad I done it, because I met some cool people and I made a lot of connections through the internet, and even some come to be friends in real life. But yeah, so that one other old boy who's only ever had one trip in the past, which I believe was like a 3.5, and this is based on my experience to an extent. Like when I had that really, really bad trip I referred to a long time ago, I'd had 2 3.5 mushroom trips of the same strain, and they were both very good. I was outside, the sun was out, I was smoking weed, right? And then for the third trip, I thought, oh fuck it, I'll take 7 grams. I was 16 years old, I'd only had good trips. As Terence says, like, mushrooms are very welcoming to beginners, but unforgiving with veterans. So I took the 7 grams in my room this time, just laid in bed, and I just melted away and got locked in a hell spiral of suicide intentions for about 8 hours. And it happened again not long after, because I continued to take them because I had a massive batch and I thought they were going to go bad or something. So I just kept taking them. But also, at one point, yeah, people just say, like, I was taking mushrooms whenever I could. And I'll make a whole separate thing about that. But it's because I know and I knew that they were sacred. So I was trying to, whether it would fuck me up in the short term, I'm trying to get enlightenment, you know. So I'll just abuse mushrooms to get, and it paid dividends these days, because now I'm like completely unmediated. But anyway. So that other old boy that I was with Key Parks with, oh, there's a bee. Hello. Bee friendly. Yeah, so he was confident that he was like, oh, I've done them before. And I was like, yeah, but no 2 trips are the same. You know what I mean? Like, you've had one good trip. Like, and this time he wanted to take 4.2 grams of Liberty caps, which is what I took the vast majority of. through my life, and I believe they're quite potent compared to most. They're small mushrooms grown in the UK. They've got like a nipple on the top, brown. So I predicted basically, he was confident that everything was going to go smoothly, and fair play, it might do. So there was 4 of us there. I took 4.2. This other old boy, the noob, who'd only had 1 trip, took 4.2. And then my other key took about like 1 gram something, and then Dylan took, I don't know, I think like a 3.5. Big up Dylan, because he literally just gifted me 4.2 grams, which was such a miracle. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, if you believe it's going to go smoothly, who am I to tell you it isn't, at the end of the day, is basically what I said. But I basically, because of what I'd said there about how you're, like, don't ever think you've mastered the mushroom. I can say now, I believe I have, but it's different, because it's nuanced. Like, I've mastered it in the sense where I don't think it will, like, it still completely takes me apart. And you can, like, revisit traumas and have a fucking breakdown and shit. And that happens still often when I take them, sure, because that's what they're for. And I seek these experiences. I don't just want good experiences, because a lot of the growth comes from, like, uncomfortable insights. And you don't realise how much, like, tears you hold in your body until it all comes out in a fucking trance on shrooms. And then everyone who's hating on them understands the real implications of them. They're literally healing medicine that are illegal, for fuck's sake. Which is why this culture is not my friend. So yeah, there may be many pros, but at the same time, like, you think we have NHS healthcare, yeah, but they literally make mushrooms, which is free medicine from the earth, are fucking legal, and literally pay to prosecute them. They literally, feds go around destroying mushrooms that are literally medicine, that have been used as sacred medicine since the beginning of time. And everyone knows this, but you can't fucking say anything about it. But we'll get to the mass awakening and the revolution and shit. It's all gonna happen, but anyway, let me hurry up. So yeah, no surprise, this old boy thought it was all gonna go smoothly. I was like, well, if you think that, then be my guest. But in my experience, yeah, don't underestimate the power of the psychedelic. So he took them, and as we all started coming up, I predicted, like, exactly what I'm about to tell you. So he started coming up, and I was saying this to everyone else. I was like, yeah, he's so comfortable with taking them. Wait until they start. So they start kicking in, and he's like, oh, these mushrooms aren't like the other ones. And I'm like, yeah, no true trips are the same. He's talking quite trembly. He's sounding quite needy. Everyone else is quietly tripping. He just starts, like, venting about, like, all sorts of shit. And I'm like, yeah, here we go. Now, it could have gone even worse, because when I had bad trips, like, I had a bad trip with my friend, who could have been a trip sitter if he wasn't low vibration. And you can find this, we have a call reminiscing over this. So basically, me and him, he took about a 3.5, he lost the plot. I was trying to help him, I couldn't talk to him, he was completely, like, irrational and shit. But then he just come down somehow pretty quick, which was quite useful. And when he come down, he asked, "How are you?" And this just, like, propelled my experience after I was looking after him for so long. Everything started repeating into infinity, and I started venting about how, and then before I know it, I'm locked in hell again. And so he was trying to talk to me, like, directly to my face. I couldn't say anything. And I was rocking around in bed, like, rapping Mr. Traumatic, just pouring out of my subconscious. I didn't even know I was doing it. Yeah, it's just, like, pure madness. But, like, I'm grateful for these experiences in a way, because I couldn't get them if I wanted to these days. But I was so unprepared when I was younger that it, like, completely took me apart. And that could have only happened because of my ignorance. And I'm grateful because, oh my god, wait, oh no, it's fine. Yeah. I'm grateful because, I've been to hell for total in these 2 trips, about like 15, 16 hours. I know obviously I've been to hell in other ways when I'm sober, with depression and mental health, schizophrenia, psychosis, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But yeah, and I feel like that it kind of got me serious about the spirituality, which is why I pursued it so deeply, and now I have so much value and knowledge on all this. So yeah, he got uncomfortable and he started coming apart with it all. So he was alright in the end. So yeah, what I was gonna say is like me, I was completely like, you couldn't even. But this guy, he was okay. He wasn't okay, but at least he wasn't bouncing off of the walls. Because that trip I just told you about, when I was with my mate and I lost the plot, I ended up calling people, telling them I was going to kill myself and shit, and people were having to fucking pull their phone out of my hand, and I wasn't even there. That's what you want to avoid. So he was better than that. So that was that story anyway with Key Parks and them lot. Why did I fucking tell you that? So yeah, I'm sorry if it's fucking shit. I just thought I'd do this while I was at work. Just for the sake of it, you know, fuck it, why not? Although the audio might be not, maybe it's not wise, to be honest, in a way, because yeah, I don't want to like blow your ears off with throwing rocks and shit all the fucking time. Because I'm working in the background. But yeah, so there was that. But yeah, so I was originally talking about the fucking my mushroom trip. I don't know how I stumbled off into that. Yeah, so I think I was talking about like the nausea of the come up, if you eat on a full stomach or not. But then, yeah, so for me, for this experience I was on the other day, that I was originally speaking about, yeah, there is, and for most experiences with mushrooms, regardless of if I'm on an empty stomach or not, if I take like a decent committed dose, there's like the getting from ordinary consciousness to hyper consciousness is often uncomfortable. What I said on the trip the other day, on a short video that I made on the come up, I said it often takes everything in you, emotionally, intellectually, on a being level, just to deal and bear with the present moment. There's a gift in a way in the sober mundaneness of everyday existence that we're used to, how we could just chill out and like take things not that seriously. But I think it, like that kind of stems, not that you have to take it serious, but there's like a deeper level of, like, I think in sobriety our awareness is actually like a lot more fragmented, a lot more illusory, and your attention on your body awareness and the reality of the situation is a lot more fragmented and less holistic. So when you start to rise into hyper-consciousness on the shrooms, your body awareness can become very apparent. For example, I was walking down the street on like about an hour after ingestion. I was definitely coming up at this point, and the fact that my body just seemed like the back of reality seems to be my body. Everything is in front of me, and like just walking and just how my body just like moves along becomes so weird. But not even just that, like just walking around and the discomfortness of being, or just like the awareness that you exist and like can grow to such an extent that it is scary and it feels quite uncomfortable. You can recognize consciousness in ways you never have before. Another thing that happened early on the come up, I went outside. I was about to smoke my blunt of good quality weed, just as the come up was coming up. The first blunt of the day is how I like to do it. Although when I cut out weed, the experience has got a lot more better and expansive, like, and way more metaphysically shattering than in the past. I'll make another. I haven't experimented with that too much recently, but that's what I found. Is as soon as I cut out the weed, they got a lot better. But there could be multiple reasons.
weed isn't a standalone habit. It often goes with binge eating and munchies, etc., and being lazy, or there's a lot of changes that can come. It's almost like how they say vegetarians live longer. It's like, yeah, but is that because of the vegetarianism, or is it because of the other good habits that someone of that nature is likely to have compared to someone who eats fast food, etc.? Someone who isn't mindful about their diet or claims to have any particular diet at all, obviously they're going to be less healthy in general. It's kind of the same thing. So yeah, so another thing that happened, I don't know if I just completely lost my thread there, but excuse me. Everything I'm doing now, like I'm doing these lectures while I'm at fucking work. Like these are all kind of in a sense meant to be like demos. They're still legit, but I hope to really upgrade the quality of my work in the future. So, but at the same time, I want to get shit out there like as quick as I can, Creator economy coming at you. I will succeed, full blast, because everything's infinite love, and yeah. So we'll get to the infinite love, which is a very interesting insight. Much more nuanced than you might think. So, but yeah. So early on the come up, yeah. Oh no, sorry. I was yeah. So the thread that I lost was I was gonna smoke my blunt, and then I thought, oh fuck, I should have got a jumper. So I went to walk back to get jumper. And a neighbour drove past me in a van. He beeped his van with his dog hanging out the window, and he waved at me. When you're coming up on shrooms, that is fucking overload. So like there's empty streets or nature. Nature on shrooms is very like organic. It works very well with the shrooms. Often the beauty is so incredible. But then, so like I spent most of this trip in nature, by a lake, up on a hill, on a folly, in the trees. Very nice around here locally. But then, later on in the trip, I walked to the garage to get some water. And all of a sudden, before I knew it, I was surrounded by fucking vehicles and motorbikes and garages and fucking glass and buildings. And the complexity and the intelligence is so incredible. But it was way too overwhelming. And this is what I mean. It's like your normal being, it seems way more mundane than it is. But there's actually something that I've realised recently. It's like you can almost sink into the present moment where you really feel it. Where you feel your arms, you see your hands, you move them with your will, supposedly, and you feel into what is, and it's way less mundane than you thought, depending on how presently you can kind of sink into it. And that coincides and is relevant to what I was just saying. Is so the shrooms, if you look at the brain scans, basically they holistically hyperconnect the brain. You know how there's the myth of, oh, we only use 20% of our brain, supposedly. It basically looks like what they're saying there, exactly. It's like, if you look at the brain scans, when you're sober, it's just like normal, doesn't look too mad, not too colourful. Basically, like imagine if your brain was a circle. So you got a bit of paper, you got a circle, and in this circle, it's got 10,000 individual dots that are not connected. When you're sober, these dots are 20% interconnected. So you've got 10,000 dots and 20% of them are connected to the rest of them. When you take shrooms, a committed dose, this brain scan turns into 100% or maybe 99% of the dots are all interconnected with each other. And this makes what I just spoke about, how the colour and the vibrance and the
opposite of mundane in the present moment becomes way more apparent, because sounds can turn into images. That's notorious for ayahuasca, and all psychedelics are somewhat of the same nature. It's not just shrooms with a brain scan here I'm talking. It's all of the same nature. Excuse me. So this is an explanation for why the complexity of the modern world and Babylon are so overwhelming. Like, to have think about a fucking really mad motorbike, like, you know, or just a motorbike in general. To see that on psychedelics. Here's the best example, actually. A long while ago, I was tripping. This was probably nearly a year ago now. I haven't released this trip report because it was way too much. Where I took 3.5 of shrooms one day, and the next day I took 5 grams, and I had a complete metaphysical non-dual breakdown on the floor, and I filmed the whole thing, and I never released it because it was just, it was almost embarrassing, but I'm going to get there. I'll release it soon. I'm going to do a reaction video to it. It's been like nearly a year now, so we'll get there. So what happened on this trip here is I'd been in silent darkness, in like a super trance for a long time. That's how I normally trip these days, but I don't know, I kind of like tripping in nature in the daytime. It seems more integrated and I can focus my attention and be more present, whereas if I'm in silent darkness, it's almost like I'm half asleep and in some really like schizophrenic trance, and I just forget half of what happens. So I don't know, each of their own. I'm still experimenting. I've had about probably 100 trips, maybe just over now. High trips on shrooms. But anyway, so yeah, on this trip about a year ago that I'll release soon, I was just come out of a silent darkness, and a car pulled out of a parking space opposite my window on the road outside my flat, and it drove away. It was playing music, and it had some lights on inside. Just a car, nothing too mundane. I mean, nothing too profound, supposedly. What you would assume as mundane. But mundane doesn't actually exist. It's just like it's like... Perception of the mundane is a manifestation... No, let me say this again. Perception of the mundane is a reflection of your vibration. Maybe, nearly, kind of. So, if you're in a very high vibration or high consciousness state, the mundane ceases to exist more and more. It's funny actually, because I used to say I'm bored all the time when I was a kid. I'm bored, it's so boring. I was also very depressed. But as I'm never bored anymore, because the mundane doesn't exist, because I'm higher consciousness, so has my depression left. So they coincide, maybe. But yeah, so this car, anyway, to me, obviously it's just to everyone else it's just a fucking car. About as boring as it can get. But I saw a fucking alien complex, like, it literally pulled out and it drove away, yeah, and it caught me so off guard. I looked at it, it drove away, and went, obviously, as it put its foot on the accelerator, it went up the road. My mind was so thoroughly blown. And this is what happened for me today, when the other day, sorry, when I went to the garage while I was peaking on shrooms. Is before you know it, like what happens, this is a funny story. I used to work in the cooperative food, like retail. If you want to hear, listen to Inspector Veg, a song by Inspector Veg called Get That Health, featuring Oxen, that's me. And at the start I go, I got a job in the co-op now, yeah? Literally everyone buys the same shit. And then he comes in going, don't eat that garbage, walk straight past it, lock off the mind, start fasting, people are eating junk food, that's self-cut.
That's self-harming. Some drinks that was hot tea, that's calming. The Friday night freak show was alarming. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I used to work at the co-op. Long-winded way of saying it. I just like to plug and interconnect everything. I don't know if it will be annoying, but give me feedback. So this was very interesting. Before I got the job at the co-op, and I was just a local here in that town, I walked into that shop while peeking on shrooms. And because of the overwhelmingness and the twistedness of the shrooms and the metaphysics, I got to the desk. Now I smelt of weed. I had a lot of weed on me, and the cashier said, "That smells good." No. I was actually laughing before anyone said anything to me. I was laughing already because the mushroom was like, "Don't laugh," and I was like, "I don't want to fucking laugh," and the mushroom was like, "You're gonna fucking laugh," because when you're in metaphysics, don't matter where you are in physical reality, it is too fucking much, and it is hilarious sometimes. So I was at the cash. I just went to buy some stuff, nothing out of the ordinary, and because I couldn't help it, because I knew I didn't want to laugh, and because I was on shrooms, I just started laughing. I was like, for fuck's... And then obviously the cashier reacted. I think he said because something about me smelling of weed, and I looked at him and I said, with like these raving eyes, I just said, "I'm in an alien dimension right now." And then I just left. They didn't really say anything about it. But that was very funny, and that was before I got the job. So luckily that guy had left when I got that job. And the boss that hired me at that job is actually like a nonce. So I think he had, well, I called him a nonce. But when I left, he tried hitting me up and fucking getting all sexual with me in the fucking DMs, where he attempted to. And I feel like that's partly why I got the job, and maybe why I got away with some things. But they didn't disclose that until after I left. But regardless, so there's that. So yeah, I went to the garage on that trip, and yeah, it was just before I went into the garage, I was like, I'm not gonna laugh. I'm gonna. So then, yeah, I remember actually, I had to like construct this kind of like this seriousness, like I'm gonna do it. And then when I got it, I was like, alright, I nailed it. I got it. I'm going in. I'm gonna buy a drink. It's normal, mundane, but it isn't for me. It was just literally like raving infinity. Then I got some Volvic and I looked at it and it just looked so refreshing. And then I thought, I was so grateful for life, which was a lot. This trip was about seeing all that you don't see in the everyday mundane. So The Web of Life is a lecture by Alan Watts, which is relevant and one of his best. I definitely recommend it. Very fundamental. I've listened to tens of hours of Alan Watts, so if you like him, if you like me, you'll like him as well. Same with Terence McKenna, Leo Gura, and Ram Dass. So yeah, so I'll tell you. So as the trip was coming up, I ventured to a bench on a hill overlooking a large field, a cricket pitch. Off to the side, just under my nose basically, there was the vast majority of was children. It basically looked like a school outing and they were playing cricket. I don't know if that's called that universally everywhere in the world, but it's just a game. And this is quite deep what I'm about to tell you. So the game of cricket. So there was children. When I was in school, we'd go out. The whole class, the PE class, would go out and we'd play some fucking sport or whatever. And I was just observing this seemingly like school or group of young children playing this sport on this field as I was peeking on shrooms, smoking a blunt, listening to Multidimensionality by Mr. Traumatic. This was, well, first of all, I was so grateful to just be alive, to be young, to be healthy, to be intelligent, to be myself, to be on the path that I'm on, to be in the sun, to be smoking a blunt, listening to Traums on shrooms in the morning, feeling very good about myself, and I just felt, I'll get to this more in a minute, but just to be a young lad in nature, in the sun, with a blunt and health and shrooms, and my bag and some money,
or just maybe not half of those, but just to be, I felt it earlier on my break, just to be young in the world, when you really see all the dimensions of reality, and I realise how lucky I am. I also realise a lot of what my parents have done for me, for my childhood and that, and we're about to get to it. So anyway, this cricket game that I was observing, it got very contemplative and very deep very quickly. They were children, like they were playing it for ages, and I was just enjoying Mr. Traumatic's song for a long time. But when I put my phone down, the spaciousness come back, and this is something I notice a lot on Shroom. So a quote that I said on this trip is, I said, when you're on your phone, you don't know that you know, but you often don't know that you know, because you don't have the space to know that you know. You're too involved. Take a step back, and then you will know that you know. This was fucking genius to me, and I kept getting these very meta insights while on the shrooms. Like something else I said of similar nature, kind of like, what was it? I don't know, it was just like, I don't know, it's just very meta. It was something along the lines of like, there's always going to be what there's going to be, or something like everything's coming forward through time into the future. I don't know, a lot of very weird meta insights like that. But anyway, eventually I looked at this game, I went, well, what are they actually playing then? Do I know what they're playing? Oh, cricket. Well, they're young. And then I started looking, like, I was like, I looked at the game. Imagine this, you're observing a game of cricket, which is, we got like 4 pads, a pad in the middle, a station where you hit a ball with a bat, and then if you hit it, you drop the bat and you fucking run from each corner of these pads, and you keep going. So it's just like a very simple conceptual game. And I was looking at it, and I started thinking about how this is all like, well, what's the meaning of life? I thought a lot about in the past how play is this whole, a lot of reason why people are depressed a lot is because we lose touch with play as we grow up. We don't play these games anymore, and I was thinking about embodying the game, and we don't, as people mature in the UK especially and get into wage slavery, we don't play games an awful lot anymore, and we lose touch with this. And I was looking at it as almost like a meaning of life. But I felt like what it'd be like to embody a game as one of those children, as I used to when I was younger, and like literally like, you know, playing like you adopt a role of this conceptual game, and it was so beautiful and wholesome about it. And I said to myself, there's a special place for that, because it doesn't really happen anymore when you're older. And like all the different kids with their different personalities and quirks and nuances. All right, this one's coming up now, hit the ball. This one's a bit nervous. This one's confident. This one wants to be here. This one doesn't want to fucking be here. This one's doing it for this reason, that one. And there was just so much beauty in it. Because like a game like that, if you can get involved, like, oh, I want to play that game, right? Boom, there's your meaning of life. Well, listen to that again. That is deep. You want to play a game, you play it, and there's your meaning. What deeper meaning do you need? Maybe there isn't an ultimate meaning that you're not projecting onto it and creating, but isn't that enough? So this goes even deeper than I anticipated. So the game is its own meaning, because if everyone's enjoying playing the game, then there you go. Joy is like, it's its own justification. Same with goodness. It's good for its own sake, kind of. But here's an important insight. I had a mushroom trip about 2-3 mushroom trips ago. I had a very uncomfortable insights trips. So one, for example, was like, I moved in with my mother. I'm not very clean around the house. This gets to me a lot. I don't want to be not clean, but I used to. I'm still not great, but I'm definitely so much better. It was a very dark time in my life. In the winter, I was working in fast food. I just got kicked out of my flat for taking mushrooms, and I'm having fucking I was such a loose fucking cannon, man, tripping on the internet, like doing live streams and shit like that while on 7 grams. Fuck me, man. I mean, you got to be careful about doing that to an extent, because your ego will come back. Oh god. Just like my fucking on SoundCloud, I there's something on there called it was called The Web of Life, song by OXSN, but when I sobered up I renamed it I Was Tripping Hard on 6 grams of shrooms. And this was that trip. I like sung a song freestyle while I was tripping about the web of life, and go listen to that if you want to know more about this trip. But so on this trip I had a while ago that I said, the bad trip, I was halting my life. I was basically asked, like, I was going about the Matrix. I was started questioning if I was crazy, if I'd really had lost the plot, because I just got kicked out. I just integrated back with some of my family, and obviously if you watched Leo Gura's Socialization Makes You Stupid, I thought that now that I'd been removed from my own flat, that was not technically in my name, so I was alone in solitude, taking mushrooms like every 2 weeks for about half a year. And then I was getting very, very... People were worried about me. But I was getting very metaphysical. But I was also not very stable in my life. So anyway, I got kicked out. I started questioning maybe if I was like crazy or whatever the fuck, which ultimately I wasn't, but at the same time I was, but that's another talk. This gets into spiritual, like psychosis or schizophrenia, etc. A nice quote, I think, from Terence McKenna is that the shaman swims in the same seas that the schizophrenic drowns. I think I was drowning at that time, but now I'm swimming. So I guess then I was schizophrenic, but now I'm more of a shaman. It ebbs and flows. Trial and error, you learn. Time is the teacher. But so yeah, I was basically at this point. I was at my wit's end. I was really low. My YouTube channel just got terminated, which was crushing for me. I'd poured so many, and it was for a really stupid reason as well. I'll show you in the future. I need to get it reinstated. Really, I would love to. I really don't feel like I deserve it, especially not. It's like my whole fucking dream. But if Babylon wants to play them games, then we'll just make YouTube 2, number 2. Anyway, I felt very much at my wit's end here, and at the time I was kind of like looking up at the universe like, why am I fucking here? Yeah, I remember it was in the present moment, like this burning question got way more intense. I was like, why? I kept asking literally for like 2 months. Like, I just sit here in the present moment now and just look at it and go, I don't get it. It's not lining up. But that's not like super relevant. It is. But what I was more saying is like, basically I was thinking a lot about suicide actually. I was like, these days I'm fine, but I was really contemplating. One of my good spiritual friends as well took a 3-5 and killed himself with a samurai sword in front of his fucking family and his mum and everything, which I was really not expecting. And that was not, that happened, and then I got kicked out of my flat for also losing the plot on mushrooms. And here I was, tripping. Oh, well, no, here I was not tripping, so I was going about my life. And I started to contemplate suicide as well. I was almost like, what's the point? Why don't I just skip to the end and get it over and done with? Like, what's the point in all this like suffering? And like, because I didn't have anything to my name. It was really, really dark. Things were really getting to me. Like just in general, people around me were not super happy. Maybe my dog wasn't super healthy that I just moved in with. Well, she was, but I mean, you know, there's always problems that your mind can find with things. And I hurt when people that I love are hurting, and I think I was like perceiving a lot of that. But yeah, I started to contemplate suicide because I was like, why would I play this illusion of Maya, of duality? Why would I like play it if in the end I'm just going to go to the Godhead? I might as well just go to the fucking Godhead, because I don't want to play these illusions anymore in these deception games. I just want to fucking go to the pinnacle. Also, I thought I kept spinning this for a while, and then I had this mushroom trip, very, very dark and uncomfortable insights for a long time, coming at me like levels, like Sneeko said on his acid trip. After that, I was laying in bed it felt like a storm come through. So I took the dose, the storm come through, I got fucking shocked with lightning and negative insights. And then after the storm slowly passed, I was just led in bed, and it took me like fucking 30 minutes, at least what it felt like, to like slowly start breathing, slowly start looking around, slowly gain the energy to get out of bed, and slowly, and the insights I was having is like, all right, when I was getting out of bed, I was like, bed is the depression and the metaphysics, and the psychedelic. But then getting up into the external world, it felt like I was putting on my skin suit to be an actor in Maya. Slowly, so I gained the courage to do that. But as I was doing that, right, so in bed, that's where depression is, and that's where a lot of like the psychosis and things, because when you're in bed and dreaming, or half dreaming, you're not like physically moving in the three-dimensional world. Being stationary in meditation or in bed, regardless if you're awake or not, is quite formless. Because it's more of the mind, because you're not like digging a hole, you're just sat there in the mind, so it's quite formless. So that would be like nearly like somewhat, closer somewhat to the Godhead in a way. Because it's less three-dimensional, it's less Maya, it's less the illusion of two, it's less duality, it's more like meditative, and that's more of the Godhead than is digging a hole, or driving. So the going from laying in bed getting pummeled with metaphysical One second, sorry. I'm fine. I'll just... So yeah, going from that... So when I said I crawled out of this like darkness that was in my bed and the psychedelics, and I kind of crawled, and it felt like I like put my skin suit on to go and play a role in the world, which is ultimately what we're doing, I guess. We're just playing characters. But the character can dissolve in a psychedelic trip for sure. The reason why I got up and put on the skin suit to go into the 3D world, there was a question that was asked to me by the mushroom, by myself, by whoever, and it was referring to this meaninglessness that I was speaking of. It was like, right, so if it's meaningless, basically I come to appreciate the illusion, where before I looked at the illusion and went, this is just meaningless, it's just Maya, it's just illusion, why would I do it? I might as well go, like, just kill myself and try and get to the Godhead so I can be in direct contact with direct truth. And I can stop fucking around with this self-deception and these trials and errors of the third dimension and shit like this. But then after this trip, there was a question that was like, well, don't you want to? In the same way that I said, like, you can soak up the present moment more if you're more mindful and more present and aware and grounded in what is, and more acutely aware of the nuances and different dimensions of this world. There's a lot more colour. So, like, there's a phrase like, oh, I couldn't see the colour in anything. Like I put my phone on black and white mode, and when I turned it off, the colours were so warm and so like dopamine spinning, which is why I turned it off originally, is to deter me from using the phone. But it's like, if you lost all colour, like if you were colourblind and then you gained colour, like you've seen them videos on YouTube, you see like curing colourblind people, and they have such an appreciation for something that we take for granted. Now, in the same way, I was taking for granted the illusion, thinking, well, it's just an illusion, it's just meaningless. Why would I want to do this? I might as well just skip to the end so I can know what the crack is, or, go to the Godhead, whatever. But then there was a question, it might be meaningless. Don't do it if you don't want to. don't you wanna? And that's what it is. It's like, yeah, it's meaningless, but fine, don't create any meaning then. Or, and then I realized, I want Maya. This is Maya, appreciation for it all. This is fire, sacred energy evolved. And with the present can never misrepresent it. Shout out to the spectrum and everything that's within it. God. What was it? Oh no, before it goes like, illusion of two is exactly how I want it. That's what I was looking for. But yeah, that's the conclusion in the end, is it might be meaningless, right? Metaphysically, philosophically, like, life has no purpose besides what you give it. Nothing is permanent, everything visits. Some things I know and none of my business. I am the witness. That's SPXTRM, Spectrum. Check him out, metaphysical rapper, loves Alan Watts. He's amazing. Very conscious rapper. Check out Conscious Rapper Community on Instagram. Mr. Traumatic, Ryan Saunders, Inspector Veg, Michael DeSalsa, Oxen, myself, etc. Spectrum. So yeah, there was that. So that was that trip from a long time ago. So yeah, I think I'll end this recording here, but I'll talk more about this trip in the future. That was nearly an hour now. So I hope you enjoyed that. I got to go now anyway. I've got shit to do. But yeah, I'll talk more about this trip in the future, and I'll make sure to link it in the description, etc. Or I'll title it something similar to this title. I'll put the same image so you can find it easily, and I'll talk more about the trip that I had the other day. But yeah, I hope that was good. It's just an overall hodgepodge, holistic, with the central theme being the trip I had the other day on shrooms. But then in the side, I just chat some shit about psychedelics in general and life in general and metaphysics. So I hope that was good. Thank you very much for listening. Just before I go, things are really looking up for me personally, and I really hope you can join me on this journey into the future. I'm going to make an email list and stuff into the future. I'm getting a lot more into entrepreneurship. I'm really going to try and make this a profitable thing for me eventually. I'm getting a lot more into rapping and music and conscious rapping. So check out my music. Obviously my first album was called Toxic, when I was depressed, when everything was mundane, and when I was low consciousness. But now that I'm happy, high consciousness, and profound instead of mundane, the album that is on the way is going to be called Detox. So I hope that sounds super epic to you. We're all in this together. I need a team. I will help you with any endeavours you got in the same thing. The digital renaissance is now, and the mass awakening has taken place in many different dimensions. So it's all kicking off. Thank you very much for listening. I've got to go. I've got shit I need to do. But yeah, I love you very much. And enjoy your life. Don't be hard on yourself. If you're dealing with shit right now, say depression and shit like that, literally just take it a breath at a time. Everything works out in divine timing, and everything is infinite love, and I assure you that is the case. And you'll realise that if you don't realise it now. But yeah, I gotta go. Right, I love you. Shall I let it go to 1 hour? Better do. Let me rap my new song. Yeah, these are some new lyrics that I wrote for a song that's gonna come out in a minute. It's called Psychedelic Psychosis. Inspector Veg said he might do a feature on it. Hopefully he does. But here's the lyrics. I'll rap them as if there was a beat, but there isn't, just to make it go over an hour. It's about psychedelic psychosis and, just conscious. But yeah, let's go. I lost my mind, bro, nothing inside, no. Now I might try go the other side, so see ya, goodbye, though. It is just I both stare at our eyes, realise you're alive, do or die, fight or flight, suicide is a might, I'm so high, I could die, 9 grams of liberty, cap psilocybin, magic mushrooms for breakfast, neural hyperconnection. Shrooms debunking depression, it's all in your head like you're sucking erections. My room is a mess and it's getting me stressed, cause my bed and my crib's a reflection of how I've been feeling, but still I keep healing myself. So I'm breathing for health, with deceiving myself with the junk on the shelf. No, that isn't wealth, what is this connection? Sorry, I've been gone for a little bit. I've been doing all sorts of weird shit, like 50 potent psilocybin trips, fucking tripping deeper into the abyss, fucking flipping over countless burgers, bitch, digging trenches just to fill the fucking ditch, working just so I can make a couple quid for banana pie, cause I'm a weed addict. Have you been checking my rate of development, casually curling the weight of an elephant, constantly learning about fake medicine, Babylon system, keep on selling them, leave that junk on the shelf. I've been telling them only true wealth is your health. I've been telling them, will they ever listen? I don't know, but I keep telling them. And then, if Inspector Veg does a feature, here will be his verse, that I'll just rap anyway, just for the sake of it, right? I love this verse. This is my favourite verse by Veg by far, right? Yo, the food is fake, the medicine's fake, the education system is fake. That when you're fighting with the thoughts in your head all day long so you never get a break. They don't want you meditating in the sunshine with big fruit sitting by the lake. They want you dumbed down so you listen to Drake. They want the teenagers to all self-flake. They ain't gonna give, they always gonna take. They want you in as just buying a steak. They ain't gonna share one slice of the cake. They ain't even gonna follow the rules they make. They ain't even gonna follow the rules they bring on the one for you better know that I'm a king. They killed the indigenous and made us all prisoners, so that's the real reason I do my thing. Like, beat the matrix, defeat the matrix, stand up, don't take a seat in the matrix. You gotta watch what you eat in the matrix. Can't touch processed meat in the matrix. Life ain't fair in the matrix. Drink booze if you're there in the matrix. You gotta learn self-care in the matrix. Always gonna need Tupperware. Yo, come to your party. Empty your head like ramen and mahashi. I'm pulling out parsley, rolling with the electric army. Babylon's ended the whole world bar me. Don't want Gucci, don't wear Versace. Man, I gotta go deep, yeah, to Samadhi. Meditate every day and to Pilates. So don't offer me K on your car keys. I don't need to watch, I'm the watcher. I don't drink coffee and Costa. Nature's right here, I never lost her, so you won't see me sipping on a Foster. I don't need to watch when I'm watching. I got powers like Austin. God's right here, I never lost him. Merge with the one I don't care what it's costing. Like, yeah, I might start do like client calls as well in the future potentially. I need to make a bit of money. But we'll see. Yeah, I gotta go anyway. So I'm knackered just from talking. Alright, I'll see you later. Thank you. I love you. Bye bye.
Hello, my name is OXSN or Baron Davidson. Welcome to this guided contemplation somewhat. This is going to be of a style of a journal for my own personal life, and I'm just going to think out loud essentially about things I need to work on myself. Warning though, I will be doing this while doing stuff in the background. I'm just going to be like washing up essentially and like cleaning, so there may be like some background noise, but it should be pretty good for the most part, so you don't have to listen of course. But I thought I'd do it anyway because I want to think linearly, as this is what I need right now, and then it may be productive for others also, so I thought I'd share it. Okay. So yeah, don't expect nothing for me. You will be able to hear me. There will be some noise in the background, but it's up to you. You don't have to fucking watch. But yeah, so yesterday was very interesting. In short, let me give you the summary of a trip report. I took about 7 grams of psilocybin magic mushrooms. And I only took that dose again last week. Like last week I probably took 6 grams. This time I probably took like 7, maybe 8, maybe not. And what I realise is heaven on earth, in terms of the base level of being, is heaven. So it's very true how, like in the Bible, they talk about how the kingdom of heaven is within, and it's so very strange how this is the case. So last week I had a 7-gram trip, and you can find videos of me talking about that experience on this podcast. It's called like 6-gram, like it's just I can't remember. Amazing heroic dose shroom trip 6 gram. That's what it's called basically. And on that trip, it was the first time really I've ever like holistically realised love. In the way that Leo Gura speaks of it, of how the nature of reality is love. And I can tell you why. 1 second. Sorry. It's literally first thing in the morning. So the reason why reality is love, so basically, the name of the game is infinitely better than you could ever anticipate, where it may seem bad in the present moment often, but you actually want that. I had so many insights yesterday, and yeah, like Alan Watts's philosophy kind of, he speaks about how the name of the game, the delusion of fear and worry, is basically like, in order for there to be anything at all, everything needs contrast, don't compare, cause you're lame and can't hang, haha, all jokes aside, I'm just playing but I'm not. Basically, you cannot have the good without the bad, right? This stems from Alan Watts. I've been listening to a lot of him for a long while. And basically it's that our predicament is that the fundamental nature of reality is duality, where in order for there to be anything at all, we have to set up polar opposites, and one of those is good and bad. The world consists of duality, nature is codependence. So the illusion that we exist in, which is why you do want negative in your life, it's a win-win when you learn from your mistakes. Facts, that's something I embrace. Is because, one, when you realise heaven on earth and the kingdom of heaven was within, sometimes it's just so good that you just don't even want it anymore. Because you like, yesterday I was just getting pummeled with love by the universe, and I know what it sounds like. I've been very hesitant to call the universe love, but it's very, very clear to me. You become directly conscious of it. Of course, it's the best outcome circumstance you could have ever hoped for. And it's plainly obvious. So, the reason why you want these negatives in this fashion is because without the negatives you wouldn't know what positive is. This is why people take cold showers. If you're familiar with cold showers, there's the whole personal development scene, Hamza, Better Ideas, Captain Sinbad, Wim Hof, aka the Iceman. He is like a pioneer in that field. And obviously there's all the health benefits, etc. But also there's the mental health benefits. And essentially, I saw this video where this guy said, he was taking the piss of course, but he said like, here's how he deals with depression, is every morning he wakes up before work and he zip ties himself in the bathroom on the floor and locks the door. He said this is very, very uncomfortable and very scary. So when he finally breaks out, he's just happy that he's not zip tied anymore, so that he can be grateful for the mundane. Right now you're listening to this, you're in a fairly, your state of consciousness is so that you can grasp my words, and it's not too overwhelming, I assume. Hello, Luna. I love you. I love you. So there's many things that you take for granted. So what humans do is we see the figure and not the background. Alan Watts, I'll try and relay a quote here by Alan Watts. It's that humans live in a state of, as well as being in a point of awareness, we also are a state of ignorance or ignorance, and this is our consciousness. We've been trained to specialize in a narrow attention, where the essence of the Tao Te Ching and the way of things and the eternal breath and wilderness of the world is not seen. Because we only see what moves. Now, I don't want to just like literally copy Alan Watts word for word, but somewhat, I'm sure it could be useful somewhat, and especially because people want to hear what they already know. Quote from Ram Dass, sorry. It's like, everything needs a background. When you look at like a saw, a hand saw, obviously we tend to think of the teeth to be the action, but then also, if you didn't have the space between the teeth, then it would not be useful. In somewhat the same way that a cup's usefulness is the space within it. Sorry. So, in short, I can assure you that the downs in life, holistically in the bigger picture, provide contrast and context for the ultimate realization, self-realization. That's what I had yesterday, to be fair, in a lot of ways. I was also, I was in such a conscious state that I could predict the weather. There was also that fucked up like powder in the rain from the wildfires, supposedly, but I don't know if I'll buy that. There's like pollution in the rain in Oxford. I was tripping, and then after the breakthrough, I like got on the bus and went to central Babylon, and it was not good. I regretted it, to be honest. But that's one of the main things I want to talk about in a second here, about how I started talking about how being practical is one of the insights I said on the mushrooms to myself is I need direction and focus. I need to make better decisions, be more useful and practical. So yeah, you need the bads, because a quote from Jake from Adventure Time: "To live life, you need problems." And then Bimo says, "That's so stupid." And then Jake says, "If you get everything you want, the moment you want it, then what's the point in living?" And then Bimo's like, he's right. Because I was having a talk with my friend about pursuits in life and direction and what's the point, what we're gonna do, what's our passions, what do we like. And like me personally, I was like, I love spirituality, I found my community, I got my passions, I got my direction, I got my life purpose. Quote from Leo Guru: "When you don't have life purpose, you're just like a leaf blowing around in the wind." For the most part, you lack direction, you lack orientation of a goal. You're just, what else do you have? If you don't, this is what I mean, man. This is what so many people are missing in the West. When I was working in a builder's merchant, I literally asked all of the builders, well, that's an exaggeration. I asked a few before it got weird and like I didn't want to do it because it was kind of uncomfortable. But I just kept asking them, do you have any passions? And they would just refer to like football that they played in school when they was younger, or like most people don't really have like a tick, which is very strange. Like, I'm sure they do. They might have subtle tics, but I mean, like, to find like your whole life's mission, people don't have that. They just jump through hoops, essentially. A quote from Leo Gura again. Yesterday, after the peak on the trip, I was listening to "How to Fall in Life" by Actualize.org. That is a very good one, and it talks about a lot that's relevant to what I speak on. And he is dangerously underrated, so I recommend you check his stuff out. So, yeah, and basically my friend was like, well, I don't, like, why do I need a passion? Like, why can't I just essentially be a millionaire? Or what I then said, like, I was like, well, so you just want God mode, essentially. You just wanna do as much as you can do, you want as much freedom. And people think they want that. People think that they want ultimate omnipotence all the time, with the ability to manifest anything they please immediately. And that would be heaven on earth. How is this heaven on earth? You know what I mean? I'm literally doing the dishes. How is this heaven on earth? When I realised heaven on earth yesterday for multiple hours is absolutely undeniable, I was just stood in my garden. My garden's pretty trash. I got no money. But you don't need anything, because the best things in life are free. I contain everything I need already within me abundantly. Listen to Paradise by Ennerly Chopper. I know he's not typically spiritual, but he's got it's one of my favourite tunes. I know like all the words to it. He had a spiritual phase, and then he just stopped doing it. So he's got a few spiritual. There's a lot of spiritual music I recommend you have a look at. It goes way deeper than you might think. I made multiple lectures about the power of communicating through music. As you can say things. The quote from myself is, "You can say things with music that you could never say with just words." 100%. Music has the potential to be like a revolutionary anthem for a cause. What are you doing, Marina? Messing around with the Wii. Nintendo Wii. Hey. So, yeah, why my mate just wants God mode. That would obviously be true heaven on earth. How is this heaven on earth? This is just fucking boring. Well, what it is actually is like Leo Guru's video on how to fall in love with life. It was the it's like you actually fall in love with the magic of consciousness, like directly. Where I was just, all it was is I would walk out in the garden and be in the sun, and I'd go, oh my god, stop it, God, you know, it's too much love. And I was looking at my feet on the pavement and my hands, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm in heaven. But psychedelics, like, they stop you seeing the false summit. They zoom you out like meditation, so you can see the bigger picture of where you're headed and what the name of the game is. So, my friend, why should it not be God mode omnipotence? Well, it's actually a twisted intelligence where it is God mode. Or, well, kind of. So what you've done is you've built this game in God mode and then hit play. And now you're running the program. But it's already set up in a lot of ways. I'm sure you have free will, and like I'm doing now, I've chose to do the washing up first thing in the morning. But it's the small self, your ego, your body. The name of the game is larger than the decisions you make. I know that this is true. Because but it depends, because I think it is possible that if you don't take any action in the third dimension here, then, you know, if I eat junk food, will my health get worse? Yes, sure, of course. Don't be silly about the free will thing. Be pretty rational and grounded with free will in the third dimension, as we live mostly in the relative plane or the third dimension. That's something I said yesterday as well. I said the third dimension is fucking whack. It's not, but at the same time, like, it is. But I was in central Babylon, so, you know. But what I mean is that, like, even if you fuck up on this plane, it's not really your fault, and everything will be okay because it's all love. And you will learn, like, the long way round if necessary. So you might, quote unquote, fuck up this life in the third dimension with your ego. However, what you will learn instead, the long way round, and it will actually be a stronger learning, is you'll learn to become detached. You'll learn that it was just a dream anyway. You'll learn. But the thing is that the entire universe, literally physicality, again, this is Leo Guru says this, but it's not like I'm just rehashing things that I believe in. It's, I know these things. I don't take this shit on blind faith, trust me. It might sound like my ideas are very far out, but it's because most people ain't got no interest in them. So it's like, I've been doing this for years, so, and I can prove it to you. Oh yeah, I might actually, something I was thinking in a way, is like, I literally just, like, go to, like, town with a sign, and just say, do you know about psychedelics? And see who would walk up to me, and I'd just, like, stand there with a microphone, and educate the masses on these plants, and then I'd film it and see what we could get going. So, besides from that, anyway, so back to the God mode thing with my friend. So why should my friend not be in God mode? Well, it's because every good story, a movie, or a song is ebb and flow, conflict and resolution, hook and climax. Analogies of movies, songs, and video games are where some of the most gold wisdom comes from. I'm just making a honey and coffee brew for the morning. I like caffeine. So yeah, you can actually do whatever you want, and everything will be fine. And you'll just learn to let go and find peace within, regardless of the third dimension and things of that nature. Regardless of the colours and the sounds and the thoughts, you can. There's this peace within. I got a very interesting insight for you coming up shortly about the the mind comes knock knocking, trying to bring 1,000 ideas and stories. We just laugh at the stories that it creates. Nothing to get, nowhere to go to, no expectations, nothing to chase. Life is beautiful when I express myself. While from this space, I'm bigger than thinking, larger than thought. None of these emotions weigh much more. Found my calling. I made the call, boy, individual, but I'm part of the all. So yeah, I said to my friend, I was like, so here is the truth. The reason why your life doesn't have The reason why you might be lacking sunlight, or nutrition, or money, or sex, or love, or anything that you lack is a limit that you placed upon yourself, that you built into this game while you was in God mode, and then you pressed play and now you are playing out those limits. That isn't like the absolute truth, but basically the essence of what I said is the absolute truth. And the reason why you put these limits on is so that there could be anything at all. Because without duality, like, that's the essence of the world, you know? So you can't have good without bad. So before God created anything, he drew a line between white and dark, good and bad. So here's what I meant. The name of the game is, although you may be deprived of things that you desire at the moment, you couldn't have the things that you desired in the ultimate end if you didn't have them, because you would have never lost them. So, basically, you're infinite consciousness, you're God, you're love, you're everything, so there's no limits. You are completely whole and infinite at the pinnacle, at the Godhead. So, in order for you to actually explore your infinite nature as God, and to put yourself in all sorts of situations and positions of delusion so that you believe in all sorts of narratives and stories, so that you could essentially incarnate into any fantasy you wish. With bad guys and good guys and a plot and a mission and who's going to save who and who did what to who and who killed who. And we really ought to do something about this situation we got on our hands here. And oh no, what am I gonna do now? I'm depressed, oh no, he's took mushroom again. Let's kick him out of his flat. So, this is fundamentally delusion. Fear is an illusion. But not in the relative plane. So the reason that you deprive yourself, so as God you have everything inherently, because you're truly infinite and that is your true nature. However, you invent with your infinite intelligence all sorts of elaborate deception to create all sorts of worlds and experiences. So you can, how could you ever feel the luxury, the nutrition, the taste, the rejuvenation, the revitalization, and the gratitude for a luxurious warm meal if you was never hungry? There you go. So that is why you deprive yourself, and that is why everything is infinite love in the ultimate sense. Because while there is a duality of good and bad, ultimately, in the most holistic big picture perspective, this is ultimate goodness. Check out actualize.org or Leo Gura, his video on reality is goodness, or what is goodness. And he basically explains that everything, consciousness, is inherently good. but it can be in a rather long way round, twisted fashion, where, for example, I was depressed a while back for a very long time, multiple years in fact. I'm only 19 now. It really began when I was maybe 14, 15, and it just got worse. There was ebb and flows. But the reason I done that is a few reasons. Although I didn't know it at the time. I really didn't want it, and it did really suck. And it scares me, the fact that I done that to myself. I deceived myself so thoroughly that it was actually real to me. But it wasn't. It was just waves on the water, and it was all in my mind. So the reason I done that is because that's now set up the story of my life, where I have a story similar to somewhat of Inspector Veg, where he was born in Babylon. Here's my story about the depression. So this is how the depression holistically fits into the bigger picture of the ultimate goodness of the overarching theme of the story that we're playing out in this realm. So before I tell you that, here's a quote that will help you. I don't know who it was from, but it was one of my favourite quotes I've ever seen, and I resonated with it a lot recently. Is what once seemed a bitter task turns out to be exactly what you needed. For example, David Goggins grew up in an abusive home where his mother was getting abused by some horrible boyfriend, and he was just a child, and him and his mother were on an absolute complete emotional mission for years, and it was just traumatic. But check out Mr. Traumatic. But what David Goggins realised is that what happened to him was a direct training ground, although he did not want it in that moment. He realised that it was a training ground for everything that he'd ever wanted, and he couldn't be happier with the final outcome and the state of his incarnation. So the reason that I was depressed for so long is because now I have a story. Alright, so I was born in hello everyone. Right, so I was born on a whim in a council estate for the most part, in central Babylon, or Western culture. I was alright, and then I got depressed and confused very quickly. Everyone around me doesn't know what's going on. Neither do I. This is like, I thought my household was normal, you know. My father's in and out of prison. Well, you don't really question the environment you're brought into. So, and then I'm being fed poison, basically, by my house, by my family. They love me, and they don't understand what they're doing to everybody. It's all love, ultimately, of course. Because at the same time as this poison, it also tastes good. And there's a balance there, as Alan Watts talks about a lot. But so eventually I became depressed because my health was terrible. I was eating pot noodles all day. My stepmom would bring me cups of tea filled with sugar consistently that I did ask for, but I didn't know what I was asking for. Because we live in ignorance and deception by the government, etc. Big food, big pharma, big media, they're deceiving you. It's the digital age Babylon upgrade. Come with me, mate, or I'm leaving you. So I was depressed for a long time. I tried to communicate this to my family, and some of them listened and was there somewhat. Not that they actually said anything about meditation or breathing. In fact, when I picked up meditation I found through the internet the benefits of meditation. Before I got that very spiritual, I meditated in the garden once because I was locked out of my house. I was waiting for my stepmom to come home and let me in. And then when she did let me in, she was like, "What's up with your eyes? Like, it looks like you've been sleeping or crying." And eventually I just said, "Well, I was meditating." And it just fell silent, and she was just like, "What the fuck? Weird." That's how it felt. Like, in like a judgmental, like meditation, that's gay. That's the kind of attitude I fucking grew up around all through school. So everyone's parents must have programmed everyone like the fucking same, where learning is basically gay, whatever the fuck that means. And drugs are cool, sugar is cool, health is gay, meditation is gay, sex is cool. Pleasure is cool, like, you know, why would you want to do the gay things? Why study? That's gay. How am I gonna grow up? Like, literally, yeah, imagine, this is what my fucking stepbrother said to me about probably half a year ago. He said, because I was getting all into spirituality and that, and like, he just said out loud in the midst of the house with everyone around to me, with this gay assumption, oh, I bet you watch stuff about fucking plants. That's gay. What are you fucking talking about? You didn't fucking say nothing to me when I was fucking playing Minecraft. You didn't say nothing to me when you wanted me to download Fortnite. But if I wanted to watch a documentary about fucking plants, then I'm gay. They don't actually believe what they're saying. They just say it. But it's because they're ignorant. So yeah, that in the long way around, is somewhat my story. Is I became very depressed. I tried to communicate this to my family, but for the most part, I didn't receive much good. Like, it was just like, they'd say, oh, I feel like I failed as a parent. Okay, great. Like, you're meant to be the guidance. Like, why do you not know anything about mindfulness or meditation or emotional mastery? And they think I'm in the first world and I should be more grateful. Obviously, that's a good point. To be fair, yeah, you're right. It's heaven on earth. I should be more grateful. I don't see what I've got. But actually, also, like, neither are you. This is what a lot of people do, is they hate on me, or they'll hate on you, yeah, but look at them. No one's actually doing anything profound. Everyone, like, moans at you to get educated, like obviously, yeah, good idea, thank you. But they don't actually do anything themselves. They're like, I want, like, get a skill, get a better job, like my parents, get a better job, what are you gonna do? It's like, alright, why don't you do that and lead by example? I'm not saying you have to, but if you're gonna, like, I understand it, yeah, and thank you for the tip, learn from your mistakes, don't do what I did, but why don't you do it? And what they say is, oh, you know, I'm 40 years old. Well, I don't fucking care. What people do is they make an excuse as soon as they can of, oh, it's too late, oh well, fuck it. That's what the people love to do that. Because then the pressure's off. They don't have to worry anything. Oh, I'm 40. Oh well. What was all that about? I guess it's too late now. And then, but then, so that's what I mean. It's like, why the fuck am I going to listen to you if you don't even, like, if it was that easy to do what you want and, like, just become good, then do it yourself. I'm too old. What are you talking about? That literally means nothing. If you're 40 years old, you can still pursue life. Is that it, is it? You're 40 and now you're done. That is fucking ridiculous. That's pathetic. Sorry, I'm literally just ranting. But it's facts. It's not just my family and that, and I love them obviously, but it's people around, like, I get, like, people, like, they'll just tell you to, it's like my YouTube channel. I set out to make a YouTube channel of personal development. This is very funny. And then I actually became, like, chronically depressed pretty soon after I pursued this journey. So it was like as if I'd started a weight loss channel and then I gained weight. Which someone did actually do. You can find it in a documentary of that. It's very funny. Kind of, but it's also sad because you just got cancer and stuff eventually. And then you got, like, a surgery instead for the weight loss. I don't know, it's quite mad. Yeah, so what I ended up doing is I ended up projecting onto people advice, quote unquote. But the advice that I was giving was actually a projection of what I wish I would do. And that's what people don't see, is that like my whole channel for the first year was just a reflection of my life. And it was fucked. My life was fucked. You can tell in the background. Eventually I acknowledged this. I was like, look, I'm talking about all this shit and I get it. It's like the Jordan Peterson's like, get your room in perfect order before you criticize the world. But if I do that, maybe the world is set up in such a way that I can't criticize it because my room isn't in order, that's what they say. But I can't get my room in order, aka my extended room, in terms of just my shit together, my money, my job, my everything, because I'm like a slave. So it's hard to get my shit together in like some Babylon system that's designed for everyone to not be able to get their shit together because you can only buy sugar. So that's what I have to say about that quote. But so yeah, you tell people to do what you believe that you've convinced yourself that you're going to do, but you never end up doing it. So when you hear from people, I never listened when I was a kid, you know, listen to your family, you got to get skills, of course. But you're not listening now. Oh, it's too late. Why is it too late? Oh, because when you're older it's harder to learn skills. Fuck off, you're making an excuse. Get on the lion's mane, get on a psilocybin, bro, you're still breathing. Well, you're just going to be a victim to your age and just say, oh, I can't learn anymore. What, you must be thick, man. The brain doesn't stop developing the way that they tell you it does. You just learn, try. I don't know, I'm only 19, so what do I know? Anyway, that was a rant and a half. Time to have my first sip of coffee. Oh yeah, that hits the spot. Yummy yummy. Alright, so yeah, my story is, besides the tangent, I was born in Babylon and there's going to be a great awakening. I know there is because I'm God and this is the plan and I've seen it now, I understand what's going on here. I've set up an adventure for myself that perfectly checks every box in the ultimate holistic way so that I will live the dream life. But I can only be so grateful for the dream life because I come from such ideas and fear that I won't get there. Oh, I'm going to fuck it up, man. It's like Hamza's like fear perpetuation, or these Western personal development channels like just instill you with fear, which is actually fundamentally not true. Like, I mean, in the third dimension, yeah, and it is good. Like, you need this grounded personal development to an extent. You are just gonna have to grind sometimes and do the dishes. That's the name of the game. But the point is you don't. Oh, I have to grind. Oh, I have to wash up. It's like you should want to, because every moment you invest labor and energy into reality is a more mature, longer term investment. You know, it's not just instant gratification. So. Side note, separation is created by the mind. Yeah, heaven on earth is sound, but when your ego structure comes back over time, when the psychedelics wear off, etc., then that is where the division lies. So the key is to meditate. And that's heaven on earth. psychedelics will show you, but it won't keep you there ultimately. You need to figure out how to stay in that realm. I'm going in the garden to drink some coffee. Oh, what a wonderful day in heaven, eh? What a wonderful day in heaven. Oh. Get some of that sun on me. Wonderful. So yeah, I didn't really talk about what I wanted to talk about in this episode, to be fair. But that will do. I think I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna drink some coffee and sit in the sun. But that was a 43-minute talk. You know, it's all the same shit. It's just holistic. I don't have to have a particular topic. But yeah, I hope that was all right. And I'm gonna go now, and I'll see you very shortly. Alright, I love you. Bye. The way that everything is so interconnected to everything else, where everything is like a web of infinity and interconnected intelligence. So, right now, I am on, 5 grams of the pre-cam magic mushrooms dried. Yeah, I had a very deep, personal experience. It was fucked, and it was quite physical as well. And the sun's coming up and that, yeah. But what I'm talking about right now is right. I should have said this at the beginning better. Realizing God, and it is absolutely, you can't discriminate. People say with Leo Gura, they're like, oh, how do you know? The question is just not even. Yeah, so I guess some hashtags, or what we're talking about here. We got God realization, awakening, spirituality, enlightenment, Buddhism, nature of reality, philosophy, epistemology, metaphysics, God, infinity, love, imagination, consciousness, timeless, infinity, forever, one love. So yeah, it's actually true that the universe just actually talks through you. It's I'm actually maybe I should do this actually. This would be so interesting. Oh my god. Okay, so basically, I think what I'm gonna do is what you realize right now. Is I'm gonna do a lot of recordings while I'm on magic mushrooms, and maybe that would be very interesting because I realised recently I have a lot to say, and I feel like people would actually want to hear it. This better be fucking recorded. You better be recorded. I'll be so pissed if it's recorded. Oh wow, yeah, it's all the plan. It's God. The perfect plan is playing out. Oh wow. Alan Watts, Ram Dass, Terence McKenna. Inner and outer space are exactly the same. When you start hearing voices speaking inside your brain, and you might start to feel just a bit like you're going insane. 'Cause inner and outer space are exactly the same. So, yeah, so there's so many layers to it. I guess maybe I'll end up talking for hours and hours forever. I really like talking actually, so this is literally episode 1, baby. I've literally got tears all over my face, bro, because some of the shit that happened on this mushroom trip. My nose is literally completely blocked. This is fucking madness. Yeah, I took some fucking edibles as well, yeah, like some fucking stupid, like, hard-boiled sweet, yeah, and it's like, I'm just looking at it, I'm like, oh my god, bro, that's literally a death wish, man, like, who the fuck made this gummy THC with all this sugar, man, like, oh, I like ate that with mushrooms, yeah. And I had some coffee and I was regulating the breath, and no, it was actually pretty mad. That was mad. No, that was so sick, to be fair, reflecting on it now. But it all ties into what I'm talking about with God realization. Right, people think, oh, you lost your mind, right, on mushrooms, and here we go. So if it's like family listening, yeah, everyone's like checking out, like, what's up? Because I've been saying that in the past, potentially spiritual psychosis, or what is it, with like Colin Murphy and losing the plot with is it Babylon, or is it the myth of mental health, as Alan Watts referred to. So I mean, people are looking at it from the outside, right? Like, my kind of like story, it seems to be now socially, basically, and this is kind of why I said it to be, I guess. Like, well, it's just I actually thought this the other day. This is very wise. Take this into consideration. You try to go about your life, look around the world. Yeah. Oh my god, I can't wait to look outside the fucking window. Hold on. Because I'm on the mushrooms, it'll be like an infinite matrix of complexity. So what was I gonna say? Fuck. I always do that. It's the worst thing ever. But it actually just reminds you how, like, it's all just kind of like futile anyway. Like, there's nothing to actually say, ultimately. But in the same sense, I feel like I have so much to say because I recognize things like this. And I feel like other people with a like mind who feel like they maybe want. Because when you listen to a lecture, it's literally like that thought. It's basically like it like inserts thoughts into your mind. So you just kind of embody their kind of train of thought and their thread and logic. I spend so much more time listening to lectures and stuff
And that conscious music, yeah. Like I found this whole rabbit hole that has become my whole world in LA through an artist. Like he just started rapping about magic mushrooms and shit, and I had no idea who he was or what the fuck was going on. And I was 15 on the going to school on the bus, and I immediately resonated with everything. It was called Ark of the Covenant by Mr. Traumatic. Check that tune out, bro. Go listen to that now. Turn this podcast off. But you better subscribe to all my shit, yeah, because the revolution's coming. I feel like what I'm gonna do, yeah. Alright, just get into some of the ideas. I wonder if it will actually happen. Can we just manifest through the mind onto Earth through time? Or is this just like, because we literally live on a heaven on earth, and this is what I was saying about the God realization, bro. Like, it's literally undeniable. This is this funny thing, yeah. It's like people want to say you're crazy, but this is what makes it so good, yeah. To actually be able to be me in this world and have and understand this truth, and then like it's like I just kind of like it's funny because I can kind of like know it, and like because most people just don't think. And like not to be on like a pedestal, but it's like I know the fucking labyrinths, and I've done like hundreds of trips and shit with loads of really high doses of mushrooms, and I smoked weed for fucking years, very high, uh, and I take acid and stuff. I took acid and mushrooms together, and I do the Wim Hof breathing. And I feel like people are so hungry to find somebody who actually like does, because I feel like I want to like fill in the gaps with like loads of stuff and solidify loads of artists. Like there's so many people, yeah, like so many sick people, yeah. Like I'm in contact with like Inspector Veg, uh, and like all these small artists, yeah, but these are conscious rappers. And like keep in mind, I'm doing conscious rap as well. Like I'm getting on it. Uh and this is again all about the God realization, is that it's literally just a dream come true. And I was literally crying earlier, yeah, on mushrooms. And I thought, yeah, I was gonna say, because my name's Oxen right now, yeah. I thought I'll literally change my name to Luckiest Man Alive for Infinity or some shit like that. And then people could laugh at it, but it's like, yeah, it's so funny when you actually understand. And like actualize.org says, so the whole universe actually hinges off of understanding. And it's actually so metaphysical. Like it goes beyond like your diet and everything. Like all these people like Hamza and all this personal development scene, yeah, they're all just delay gratification, and that's all you need in order to but there's so much like deep rooted trauma that is literally built into like the fabric of the universe that you need to like have deep psychedelic trips and do like breath work and shit and exercise. uh but it is like, but Hamza hasn't caught up to it yet. So yeah, this is what I want to do. Yeah, this better still be recording. Even Leo Gura was so paranoid when he was on psychedelics about it. I want to get in contact with Hamza, and what I'm saying right now is this more holistic way with the psychedelics, and then just like Alan Watts, he's fucking phenomenal. Alan Watts, Ram Dass, Terence McKenna. Study these people. Stop listening to me. Go to and then, but what it is, it's like this information revolution that's taken place digitally. But we need to basically solidify this with everything that we have, because the internet is fleeting and fragile. So we need to like write it down, because what I'm talking is like revolution shit. Like, what we got? What's his name? Russell Brand. Uh, and I know like Ramdas says, "Oh, be lost in your neuroses," but Russell Brand says like, "Oh, we want a revolution." Uh, Yeah, and this again with the God realization, and it's funny because I thought I was like, oh, I lost my mind, but it's like now I'm like back again, and it's like this the psychedelics just literally are so metaphysical, and then everyone just says like they just want me to stay away from them, but it's like because I like lost the plot and it got bad with like depression and stuff, but it's everything's just love, and then. So the mushrooms and all my family is so worried, but you take the mushrooms and you're literally just dying to yourself to infinity of metaphysical love. And it's like when you stop doing them, you actually kind of forget what it is, and in a weird way. But like, because when I look at I've been doing psychedelics for years. Like I said, 100 trips. I've been doing like 7 grams. I had like full blown like uh terror like trips where I've been locked in singing like songs, yeah, and I having visions, and I decided I must kill myself. I made like a massive video about it. It's sick. You should definitely check it out. It's like I put fucking like loads of work into it, so definitely check that. It's like the worst trip ever, and the thumbnail is sick. Oh god, I love my life so much. All of a sudden, it's just like that's what I mean with realizing God. It's like, bro, I'm literally. It's like, it's literally just such a dream come true, and I didn't reckon. I used to hate being awake. I used to hate being awake. I used to sleep to escape from consciousness, and so in this trip I like burst into tears of I was like mourning a memory of like I lived in a flat temporarily for about a year. And I had a job there at the co-op or another job, and I lived with my dad, and we had a dog called Chop Chop. And it was like just it's just like such like a it's just like a memory. It's just there. Like where does it go? Like Alan Watts says like oh where like the Dark Knight or something, like where does it go? Like when you get old, it just all just drifts away. Uh, I don't know. I don't really exist. It's just like the universe talking, and it's just like the yin and yang, and it just keeps going. And it's all made out of love. And I trick myself, and I'm infinitely intelligent, and it's so funny when you realize. It's so funny. It's so funny when you actually get it. Because, oh my god. It's like I've literally just got it now. Like, as you're listening to this, I'm literally like. It's because I've been thinking about it so much, and it's so obvious, and I've realized it in so many different ways, but it's just. The whole thing is just designed by infinite intelligence. Like it's not a fluke. These people, yeah, they just you literally think, yeah, that you're just in some literal brute world, and it's just blunt force, and then like my my fucking like my boss kind of at my job, yeah, he says God is a cunt. Well, because he kind of I think he's not happy with his past or something. I don't know. Right, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna do a different recording, but I'm having fun talking. But yeah, it's So yeah, you basically realize but when you realize, it's like you realize that you're just actually because it comes from being like I was so depressed and hurt for so many years. But when you realize like why it was all done in the metaphysical sense. I think my mum's just got home. My mum's got home and she's gonna be getting the dog, and she's gonna be like, "Why are you talking about God?" And bro, these mushrooms and these fucking stupid edibles, I literally got mucus. And my face is all blocked. But yeah, basically everything's metaphysical and it's all love. And there's nothing to worry about and everything is done. And it's all just a plan and you trick yourself and it's just a dream. And yeah, so one insight I had is like, oh, I hate like the present moment all the time. I always thought the darkness was the enemy, not a friend of me. They're showing me my tendencies to be so self-destructive that I don't know how to function, stuck inside of nothing, just trying to find something. It never occurred to me that I had such a urge to be there instead of here. Scared to see the mirror, scared to feel the fear that I won't never reach my full potential when then everybody down decided that I had something special. Oh, that was sick, man. I love how mushrooms just put you in this timeless darkness and all the sounds is like I was having auditory hallucinations. I'd never had that. I never had that. But yeah. Yo, that spectrum, yeah, that what the fuck, that lyric was so sick. I literally want to run that back and listen to that. I can't wait to look outside. Alright, excuse me, yeah, I gotta move this music. Cool. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take mushrooms and then just like upload it onto um stuff. And then it's gonna be a revolution. Yeah, I need to get up shortly. Sorry if this is very boring and stuff. You can turn it off if you want, but I am on mushrooms and it's like God meditation and stuff. So if you know what I mean, then you know what I mean. There is only one I, eternal self. And when you realize it's funny, consciousness learns to recognize itself and it slowly caves in like a dream on the fabric of the waking. What's the difference? It's all just one happening. It's all just one. It's all just one happening. It all just. What can happen once can happen again. I didn't ask for this, did I? It just kind of happened to me. Do you grow your hair? Is that something you plan to do? Do you grow your nails? Do you project the boundary of self and external world? You see, what has happened to me basically is I just basically is God realization to the point where I can just literally see so clearly. And my articulation and the way with language that I've got from like Terence McKenna and Alan Watson, and my intelligence to be able to fill in the gaps is gonna spark a revolution. I can tell with the intelligence of my message. Have you done what was it? Open and close. Come on, let's go have a wheel in it.
see to me, Luna. Good morning, Luna. Let's go down the stairs. The house smells so weird again. It's funny. Intelligence and humor are coincide. Love, warmth, seated in the Tao teaching of the flow. Let it go. And I found my new voice. I'm gonna talk soft, close, and deep and detailed. And that's so I'm gonna get 'em. The intelligence speaks through me. Who am I? Oh, look. There I see all of their faces. Who's that? Over my shoulder? Where are these weapons? I got this fucking mucus in me. I need to get this mucus out, man. Have you got the weed still? Where's my fucking grinder, man? Where are we going? Let's get the fuck out of here, man. My phone is literally gonna die. Yeah. I don't know why it's saying that. I already scanned it. I know they do it all the time. Thank you, mate. Thank you. If you're listening, I am on the boundary. I am infinity. I cannot die. I can't die. I am not the body. I am God. It's the dark night of the soul. Yeah, what personal development channels don't take into account is Hamza, yeah, versus XSS Tentacion. Hamza versus Juice WRLD. Hamza versus Why is everyone not on? Hamza versus Jolaskus. Hamza versus Spidey Gang. These are very good questions. You know they're good questions, bro. And you know I'm on it, bro. My intelligence is attractive eventually. But I was a lone wolf. And it's taken a long time, but it's God's plan. And I can see it, finally. when I tripped myself and planted the seed. And they think I'm crazy, but it's funny to me. Wait and see. Can't you see? It's infinity. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. I cannot freestyle. I try to end the past, but I have nothing good in my history. But I can try if you let me try to. Maybe I can be good eventually. Maybe if you let me try. 1, 2, I've got to make it a plan and if I fulfill it. Maybe I can freestyle. I'm realizing, and then just uh right lyrics faster. I can't believe how everything is. This is so crazy. I can't believe that I exist, man. What the hell? That is so crazy. I can't, like, the fact that we just walk on the street and I can just look at a person and then just talk about, like, the weather. I never used to recognize the profundity of the fact that there's just, for some reason, there's just what there is. And it seems to be behind any, like, will that you seem to have. Like, yeah, so I posted something on Instagram. It said, I shared it. It said, like, the stage 1 of spiritual awakening is realizing you cannot escape reality. And it can hurt at times, but when you see the plan, you understand that it's got you. And when you realise that it's got you, it literally tears you up so much. And it takes a while to get it. And there's many different dimensions to it. But it's like the infinite love. And this Leo Guru's talking about and stuff. It's so weird. Yeah, I'm literally could construct dreams in my mind right now, bro. People don't understand what psychedelics are. This is the funny thing, yeah, it's like I'm young, yeah, I got my youth and my health, and I do take massive doses of mushrooms and smoke loads of weed, and I'm literally constructing fucking songs in real time and shit like that. And now I'm gonna take massive doses of mushrooms and I'm gonna ramble like this for ages and ages, and then there's gonna be a revolution. I'm gonna interconnect public intellectuals, and then I'm gonna fill in all the gaps, and then when all of the fucking Davos and the old cunts die, because the old generation is just fucked. The Gen Z doesn't look anything like what we got in office. And there'll be a big revolution, and there'll be God's plan, because that is why. So why I thought about this so many times. This is what I was on about with everyone thinks that you're just a fucking oh my god, heaven is on earth. Yeah, everyone thinks that, yeah, it's just material reality, and it's like, no, it's just like brutal, bruv. No one knows why you're here. Oh, who knows? You can't know. Fuck it. Like, you can't know. Leo Guru talks about that. Like, oh, who knows? You can't know. It's so bad when you're on psychedelics because you literally lose your mind, and it's like, but you get it in such a weird way, but it's scary, but it's funny as fuck. Because you speak to yourself through different videos, bro, and you literally create songs, and you just fuck around in the infinite universe. It's crazy, man. I can't wait to look outside. Psychedelics take time. It's so, like, a trip takes ages, man. To get up at the end of a trip is like, whoa. I can't believe how much I cried earlier. Like, my face is feel fucked. That's why I'm talking like this, bro. This shit fucked me up. It always does, man. Mushrooms are fuck you. If you take a big dose, they'll blow your head off, and it's so like metaphysical. I don't. It's so crazy, man. Like, I've been locked in house spirals and shit before. The shamans. Oh my god. This is so bad. It's like I feel that activation of consciousness through the body. It's like all these people that are talking vibrational frequency, they do actually know what they're on about. It's kind of bad when you actually get it. You know, the vibrational frequency. It's like, don't know the truth. That's unfamiliar thing. You know how deep it goes. They don't 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 know how deep it goes. So they don't know how deep it goes. They don't know how deep it goes. Beyond anything they could have chose. The words don't have meaning, but you weapon-nosed up to the front, and then you left it on for the weapatron indefinite for exact deafening, wanting enough, haunting enough warning. If we're an enemy for twap in autonomy, in ton family, or transform language, or transform language. The people listening don't understand that I'm literally in hyperspace right now. And I don't even exist, and I find it funny that you think that you exist. I'm literally crying as I'm talking. You don't know how deep it goes. You don't want to wet from infinity, wet from in choosing it, and then you will try to remember me, and then I'll wet in Chenemos, and I'll dig sound, and then I'll re-weaponize and kick it and forth and back intros into weaponize. Terence McKenna told me to weapon the fellas, and he told me in my lyrics so deep. My weapons, they chose me. Alright, so what happens basically, is my life circumstances, I shouldn't be taking magic mushrooms. In case you're not informed, I'm on magic mushrooms. And if you are not aware, because there's no time for me right now, right? So excuse the fact that I might repeat myself, because it's just one truth forever. Of infinite awakening, of Eckhart Tolle, Mr. Nature, Mrs. Sunshine, One Love. Third Eye Yellow. They're not real, he's not real. What the hell is this world? It's just on the deepest level there is only I. So blind, how could you forget? Remember me from the day you was born, and the day you will die, maybe. What if that doesn't actually happen? Who knows? Have you ever died? Have you experienced death yourself? I don't think so. No, yet. Apparently. That's funny. Do you believe me? What does that mean for you? Is that bad news? Better do something about it. Yeah, so, okay, here we go. I can literally tell you, I gotta get this mucus out. This literally gotta go. Right, 2 seconds, and then I'll literally listen to the next recording because I'll literally tell you the meaning of life. I literally realised that it was so obvious. This is like, how did you forget? But yeah, I'll literally tell you the meaning of life, and it'll be the most important thing you ever hear. So make sure you OXSN Oxen find the next thing. There was one before this, and there's going to be another one, the third one, third chapter. So funny, yeah. Oh my god. See, I'm literally dead. I don't even exist. It's weird. How did I ever think that I existed? So you think that's you? What is it? What do you mean? Why is it you? Who am I? That's so funny. Oh my god. It's so weird. Kiss me. I wouldn't say that. Oh my god. Self-realization. Present moment. Pure soul. 'Cause it's a deep shit. Five minutes left.
Um,